All right, fam. I see you guys are in here. Looks like we got. Let's see where the counter is here. How many people we got in here right now? We got 45 people in here with us right now, 50, and we got. Oh, got the, gotta mute my other one. I'm getting the echo, but I got some people in the basement. So my one of my best mentors will bring them up. The one and only Mr. Rogue Nation on the scene for the 100,000 subscriber um, podcast live podcast stream, and we got one more man in the basement who helped me push me over that brink of from 90 to 100. Gave a lot of help, and the one and only Mr. Direct D in the house. And we got some other guests coming up today, of course. But I just want to thank everybody watching. Couldn't have done this without you guys and your support as well. Without the Erie County fam and all you guys watching these videos, we're just schmucks with cameras walking around, and together we're a team, and we cause quite a bit of accountability out there. So I'm glad to hit 100,000 with all you guys, is my family members, not just subscribers. And I want to thank you all. Before we get into some, I got a shared screen here. I wanted to give a special thanks to one of the Buffalo City Hall audits I did, where there was some ladies who kind of stole the show, and they showed what perfect public servants should act like when somebody shows up in a public building. And, we walked in there and said, "Hey, I'm just doing a little story, seeing what's available for the public." And sure enough, these public servants took advantage of the situation. They stole the show. They were excellent, and what they did, they're part of what you call the PALs, the Police Athletic League, which for children. So what they do is they go ahead and do programs for children, so that to keep children off the street, kind of like I don't know if we call it bridging the gap, because I don't know if that's even possible nowadays between the police and the people, because they seem to have that ego problem still. But if they could act like these ladies, but in that video, I mentioned that if somebody thought these ladies were great, they might donate to the cause. And I just wanted to thank the Erie County fam, because one of the things they did is they donated over $1,900 to this cause. And the haters out there who hate, what we do, or First Amendment auditing, certainly going to hate this video that came out, because these ladies actually came to me, hugged me, and thanked me for doing a First Amendment audit. But I just wanted to give a special thank to all these people you see on the screen here who actually donated to that cause. And some of these people donated quite a bit of money, and you can see all these donators directly came there from the video, and talking about the ladies' services down there. So all these people, I wanted to give them a special thanks for supporting the cause, and helping reward and give special thanks to some of these public servants who actually respected the Constitution, and um, went above and beyond for these ladies and the cause for the children. But all these people here donated to that cause, and I just want to give a special thank and a shout out to them right off the bat. Um, so just scroll through this real quick. I think there was over 53 donators coming from the video itself, raising about $1,900 towards that cause. And I just want to give a special thanks out to all these people on this live stream, donating 100 to $10 to $5 at a time. So with that said, and we'll take care of that, get that out the way. And we got one more man in the basement. Good guy audits coming on up. Or I'm sorry, good guy activism. I was good guy fam back when it was audits, but now it's activism, of course. So I always get a little confused, perhaps.
I said it the other day in my video. He's like, the guy was like, "What's your name?" I was like, "Good guy audits." I was like, oh, "Shit."
I'll always confuse it for that. I like the word audit myself, but so today's panel, the subject obviously is, I got 100,000 subscribers recently.
Woo, woo, woo.
And most of the fam, I'm very proud of them. But I just want to get out and start off with saying, what made me get started in this, and some of the people that helped me along the way. So the reason that I started First Amendment auditing would be Bay Area transparency. So I want to give him a shout out right off the bat, because I think he's one of the first auditors I've seen out there, or activists out there that I've seen that just made it look like, man, I got to get into this, man. I got to see if I get the same reaction. My videos, I started off with putting them out there and playing the whole video from the second I left to the second I got there, and I wanted to see if I get the same reaction, because some of the channels would just put out the crazy content and keep the videos real short, and I didn't ever want to do that. And he's one of the reasons that I started, and I want to give a shout out to that. And then the second one would be the first person who gave me a shout out, meaning shared one of my first videos, and that would be Johnny 50. So Johnny 50 is the one who shared one of my videos first to put me on the stage and help me get up there in subscribers. And one of the last people, obviously, who did it, here's in the lower hand screen there, is Direct D. Definitely shared some of my videos and got pushed me over the top of into 100,000. So I want to thank those people. But I guess with that said, maybe Mr. Direct D, can you tell us why you started, or what if you got a certain channel that made you start, or one that helped you out in the beginning, or give us an idea of that if you would like to share.
I mean, I had kind of already known about this. I was watching like James Freeman and Gavin Sines type videos on Facebook. I wouldn't even really hip to a YouTube, being on YouTube. I mostly watched on Facebook because at the time I was running a business on Facebook, so Facebook was really all I used. And then I had an incident, and it wasn't really about the police or the incident with the police. It was what happened with the old lady and the way that they manipulated the situation. So fuck it. If I got, people that are ignorant of their own rights in my own home, then, how bad is it across America? And, 4 years later, I figured out that the society is crumbling and we're just watching and documenting it right now. That's what James Freeman says a lot, but I totally agree with that.
I definitely agree with that, and a lot.
We're just documenting the fall of society. We're having fun along the way. It's kind of, woo, we're making change. And no, we're not. No, we're not. We're fooling ourselves.
I can concur with that. But like, I live one of the spiritual principles that I live by is hope. So like, I kind of want to be like a realist and feel like we're making a little dent, but like in a bigger picture, we're not, But I just hope that we're making change. I run on hope a lot, so it's like I just hope like what we're doing here today will make a difference down the road. You know what I mean? And I kind of see like a lot of people are picking up cameras because of us as predecessors coming first, and the same way that it worked for us. We seen somebody else do it, and they kind of paved the way for us to do it. And I just hope that the younger generation that's watching our videos will educate themselves on their rights, and like police contact will change. You know what I mean? Like, like we won't get our rights violated as easily. You know what I mean? Like, you're really going to have to like threaten us with arrest or like arrest us, and you're going to have to give us lawsuits in order to violate our rights. So I'm seeing that a lot too.
So, good guy, what would be is there any one specific channel that you watched when you started off that started you out and be like, man, I gotta, that broke the camel's back, the straw that broke the camel's back, I'm getting out there? Is there any channel that specifically that you watched beforehand that inspired you more?
I'd have to give a shout out to Fake Mike Real News. Like the way like he seemed educated about he was like confident and educated in what he was saying to the cops. You know what I mean? Like that was the inspiration to me to like study more and want to go out there. But like Fake Mike Real News and Eli, like they were the closest. They were the ones that I was watching the most.
Fake Mike's supposed to be coming up at some point today. Yeah. He's supposed to come up and say hey to everybody.
Him going out with like Universal TV and like just watch. I just like the way he handled himself, the way he spoke, And then him and Eli.
Who gave you your first big break, you think, Dad, as far as sharing videos or? or got you on the map?
It
Would
was
there be one channel?
a small channel that shared my video first, but as far as like a big channel that shared it, I think the first big channel that I can remember shared my video, like made a video about my channel. I think would be San Joaquin, if I'm not mistaken. You know what I mean? But the first person I remember that was showing me mad love was Amazing Audits. So shout outs to Amazing Audits. He was like there when I had like 5 subscribers, showing me mad love. I think he's out in Cali.
San Joaquin's got some family stuff going on, but he said he still might stop up to say hi for a split. But,
Yeah, but I remember before San Joaquin shared my video, Amazing Audits was helping to push my channel and get me out there.
I'll tell you guys, if you guys don't know Good Guy Activism, you guys should definitely subscribe. I tell you, there's not too many channels that boil my blood like this, because this guy is in New York City. And let me tell you, New York City is crawling, and I mean crawling with tyrants. So the faster we can get, Good Guy Activism up there on the subscriber count and get him more accountability there in the
I feel like I'm
city of,
shadow banned, bro. Honestly, I think I'm shadow banned.
I mean, and I love Good Guy Activism myself, because I like calm demeanors and someone who doesn't go flying off the handle right away. And sometimes it's tough. It is definitely tough being out there, but I definitely like his style. And if you guys don't know him, and mods, make sure you're throwing his channel link up in the description. But everybody that doesn't know him or isn't subscribed, make sure you do today, because you're missing out if you ain't.
Sometimes I be on my direct D shit. You don't know.
Yeah, I've seen it. What about you, Rogue Nation? What was there any specific channels that said that you watched before your channel opened up and you were like, that's it, I'm in, I'm doing this? And the other one would be, is there a channel that shared your videos to get you started off?
Yeah, Jeff Gray was the first guy that I started watching. Him and Joel Chandler. Jeff Gray used to go around with this older gentleman, Thomas, that everybody nicknamed Epic Old Guy, and their audits were perfection. I mean, they were really good as a team. But a channel that's no longer, I don't think, around, or maybe he's still around but he doesn't do nothing, was P&P News. So he was sort of like a San Joaquin back in the day. Before San Joaquin, there was Black Label and there was P&P News. And those guys were the ones that were sharing others' videos at the time. And he picked up, like, literally, I think it was my second audit. And he blasted that. That got to like 70,000 views or something. And from there, we took off.
That's dope.
That's cool. I never knew that. What about first channel that shared your stuff? Was that one of them as well?
Yeah, it was P&P News. That was who shared my first, my first audit, second audit. So he shared it, and then after that, back then a lot of people didn't share videos. So after that, it was, basically go out there and do the work, and if your content's good, people will watch you, and if it's not, they won't. So, you didn't have people constantly sharing your stuff. Now there's 10 to 20 channels out there sharing your stuff at least. So, you get a lot more boost nowadays. Like channels back in the day, they didn't rise like they do today. I mean, today you've got people like Inland Audit, Auditing Media, who's a great channel, but like literally in months, he's got like 50,000 subs. You didn't see that shit back in the day. Like we struggled for all our subs, man. We had to work, we had to put in the work, but now with so many people sharing, it gets out to a lot more people. And I definitely like to take this time to point out what Direct D was saying about the downfall of society and the change made. And I agree with him, and I agree with James Freeman. The way I look at this is sort of like the Matrix, right? Like, you're not going to change Agent Smith, right? You're just not going to change him. You're not going to change the system, right? The system is the system. But what we can do is we can unplug the Neos, right? We can unplug the Morpheuses, right? And each one of us that puts out videos unplugs 10 others, right? And that's the goal, is to unplug the population, because once the population is unplugged, the system can't do nothing but wither and die, right? Because there's no government that can overcome the might of its citizens, right? I don't care how many tanks you got, how many planes you got, how many army men you got. You just ain't gonna do it. I mean, any countries like that, if the Chinese population wanted to overthrow their government, the government would be gone, right? So it's about unplugging the brainwashed, right? It's getting people out of the matrix and telling them, hey, that steak is really dog shit, right? That steak that you're eating is really GMO dog shit, right? And it's probably going to kill you in the future. So that's where I think our most important asset is unplugging the population and not so much affecting change, because the system is the way it is for a reason. This isn't by accident, right? Like, it didn't just wake up one day and we're like, hey, we want to be tyrants today, right? This shit's been the plan all along, right? And all the way through human history, the common man has been shit upon, right? Like, this isn't nothing new in human history. So to imagine one day that the elite of our country woke up and was like, hey, I want to dedicate my life and my fortune to helping the common man out, is just naive to begin with. You know what I mean? Like, it's just naive. So
congratulations, Dan.
That's
Thanks
it.
for having me on. True that, bro.
What's up, Finn?
We got that plaque came in Thursday.
Very good.
Got it for the wall.
Congrats, brother. You deserve it.
So,
man.
we just entered some more people in here. I just want to, introduce, Joe Cool. Doesn't need an introducing for me,
Joe
I'm sure.
Cool,
Everybody.
Good to see you,
I like Joe Cool in my streams because he's the bullshit detector and he calls everybody out for the way it is, and ain't no whole bars with Joe Cool. So we got to have him up. We got Rights Crispy in the house, and then we got TTA, which is Tyrant Terminator down here. And then we also just added up I think it's a smaller channel. It's a LIA. What is it? Oh, Long Island Audit. Yeah.
Who's that guy?
No introduction needed there. But
Erie County got the powerhouse going on tonight.
So one of the questions I've been asking everybody, and we're gonna try to go through all you guys here before we get started. And Rights Crispy, who is it that you watched before you started your channel? You said, "That's it, I got to do it."
Rogue Nation.
Rogue Nation got you, huh?
Man.
Yeah, boy, that's my man. And who was the first to start sharing your videos?
Wolfie Gladly. Shout out to Wolfie Gladly and San Juan King. They both shared my stuff. But Wolfie Gladly was the first one. He's like, man, I like his style. He's fucking awesome.
What about you, Joe Cole? Who is the videos that you watched in the beginning when you said to yourself, I got to do this? That's the threshold that broke it, or were you the inventor of this?
I know, right? I remember the video exactly. High Desert and Ida Foxy. A cop told them to beat it, and they turned around and laughed. And I thought that, oh my God, they're gonna get killed. Are they crazy? And the first cat who shared, it was Nick. He just put a link on his community page. No one actually shared a video of mine because I cursed too much. I had like 12,000 subs for SJB. San Joaquin did one of my videos.
Looks like one second here. James says he'll be up in 20 or 30 minutes because I'd like to know who made him start, of course. But all right, so let's move on to TTA. Who was it that you watched that you were like, that's it, man, gotta do it? What brought you in the game? TTA, you there?
Oh man, you know what, man? It's can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, so it was a few, man. To be perfectly honest with you, man, we got a couple of them on board right now. Yeah, can you hear me?
We hear you.
Yes, sir. Can you hear us?
You're live. Can the chat hear Tyrant Terminator talking there?
Yeah, it's kind of late. The feed is kind of late, man. But man, Rogue, Long Island Audit, SJVT, Bay Area.
Nice. Who was the first to share your videos? To put you out there?
A couple of channels, man. Shout out to Direct D, man. He highlighted the channel for me, man. Rogue, SJVT highlighted it, man. So you know, man, I'm forever in debt to you legends, man. I love all you guys. Real talk, man.
And if any of you guys don't know Tyrant Terminator audits, let me tell you, you guys got to get down there and see this guy in action. This guy is professional. He knows his
Good
shit,
energy.
and he is good energy. He, you know, he stands his ground too. So, mods, make sure you're throwing that link up in there for him because we got to get that channel growing because that's good stuff right there. And then last on the list down here, Long Island. Who is it that you watched that you were like, that's it, that's the threshold, got to do it?
So for me, obviously, it was definitely definitely a few people. You know, as odd as it sounds, you know, Big Nick, South Florida. Like I loved his videos. I still love it. Like I love that guy, man. I think when I finally got to meet him, that was the one guy where I was like, wow, man, this is awesome that I get to meet this guy. I think he's so cool. Like the way he handles himself. I think he's so funny. Even when Anecdotes Press was doing First Amendment audits out on Long Island back in the day. Obviously I'm from Long Island, born and raised, so that inspired me to pick up the camera because he started probably like a year before me or a year or two before me. I don't exactly remember. But yeah, Rogue, bunch of legends out there. I've told Rogue, you know, very inspired by his work. He's been putting in a lot of work for years now, and you know, so basically those people.
Nice. Who was the first to share your videos?
I believe it was either Lackluster or Audit the Audit. Audit the Audit did one.
Jeez, bro.
And
Damn.
yeah. So Lackluster, he had shared, and I didn't know them at the time. I know Lackluster. I have a business with him now, but I didn't know anybody at first. I never really you know I never asked anybody to share my videos, but it was Lackluster, I believe. I think it's funny. I think his like second most watched video is my Danbury Library audit, and I think that's the one he shared for me, and then Audit the Audit as well. So those two, and there's probably been others like San Joaquin has shared a few of my videos probably back in the day, but yeah.
Which video of yours do you feel that took your channel and just blew it up the most? Like, was it the Danbury saga?
It might have been the Danbury saga. That's a good one. It might have been the Danbury saga or the or Larchmont, where they said that I needed that it was against village code. I think that's my most watched video. I think it has like 3 million. I don't have any like
Is that where
crazy
the one
7
where the
million.
female
Oh, and
sergeant
James
was
Freeman.
telling
Wait,
you?
I gotta shout out James Freeman because I always loved James Freeman too when I was before I started auditing. Loved his channel, man. Where they can I help you? You know, do you know where a gas station's at? Yeah, there's one down the road. Can you grab me a Coke? Great. This guy. I love it. Love James Freeman too. So
That free
I had to mention that one.
that Fremont one you were speaking of, is that where the sergeant was telling you that they have a law against filming? You got to get a permit, and you were in
Yeah,
the parking lot.
Larchmont, New York. Right.
Yeah, I remember that
I'm
one.
pretty sure that's my most watched video on my channel right now. So
My
What's
most
up,
watched
Phil
video
Truder?
was definitely the Wyoming County Sheriff resigning and filing the lawsuit against them. Highest watched video, I think it was 800,000 last time I looked. But
great video, yeah.
um,
Didn't David report cover that video for you too? I think his video did really
quite a
well
few
for
people
covering it,
did.
yeah.
SJV, Lackluster did it. I think James Freeman covered it. That one went very viral because I mean the public servants couldn't stop sticking their foot in their mouth. Your name is not dead, Erie County. Sure it is.
Right.
Oh my god, that video gets me so tight, bro.
That video, that lawsuit just settled. I ended up they pushed me out of the building and I signed my name on a piece of paper. It cost the county $9,000.
There you go.
Just getting a
Good for
check
you.
for that. So
I need to borrow 20 from you later.
We're about to do
20?
depositions, and they canceled if I don't know if you remember the Berwyn case. Obviously, that's another. I feel like their saga is really the Berwyn saga in Illinois, where I went to the town city hall there, and
Got the sign.
they got the sign removed by the mayor right on the live stream, and basically I went all the way to court. The judge allowed us to record the trial. On the day of the trial, they dropped the charges because they didn't want to be recorded. And we're kind of running into the same problem now. So there's a federal rule that allows that it gives the right for us to video record depositions. Most attorneys don't video record the depositions just because of the cost of it. I obviously wanted the video, Rusi Green, I'm not elected, you can't record me. Like, I wanted all these, and the officers video recorded depositions. And once they got the notice that we were going to video record the depositions, they canceled the depositions, and now we have to compel them in court. So I was supposed to actually head to Illinois on Monday.
That's actually one thing I ended up taking a settlement for the Wyoming. I wanted to get that old lady that looked like the guy from
Depositions are great.
I wanted a deposition that good arrest me. I would love to question her about that. But
yeah, they offered in that case, I think it was 20,000 or 25,000, but my lawyer doesn't. I told him, listen, man, I trust you, whatever you want to do. And he's like, no, we're not doing that. And I was like, all right, whatever. Because one thing I want to mention really quick is that it's so, for everybody out there, it's so hard to get an attorney to take a lot of these cases, right? So, when you do get one, I'm eternally grateful for it. It's hard to get an attorney to take the case, even if you're paying them. They don't want to go against the police. They don't want to, definitely not on contingency, but they don't want to go against the police. They don't want to, cause any drama. Even in West Virginia, when I thought I was going to have an attorney to help me out there, no one will help me. So
certain states are worse than others on that too. And
Right.
It's the more Republican a state is, the more red a state is, the harder you're going to have time going against the police and the
That's
government.
logical.
But
Louisiana, they pushed me down the stairs, man, and I can't get an attorney to represent me there. Most corrupt state, I think. It's crazy. That and Corrupticate.
But, why we got you here? Is there any update that you can give us on Attorney Shield kicking off or starting
Oh
out?
yeah,
Or...
so Attorney Shield is doing well. We just did a little revision on the app, and I have a meeting coming up with Lackluster and our partners, and it's launching March 27th, the day before my birthday. So it will be launching nationwide March 27th. So hopefully, that helps with police encounters. I think the main feature in Attorney Shield is being able to have instant access to record, not just the attorney, right? Because the attorney can help de-escalate the situation. I don't believe that officers should be able to, order people out of their car for officer safety. I think what was, I forgot the case. Like, I think it was Pennsylvania v. Mims.
Yeah.
I'm sure Rogue will know. I'm sure you guys know more than me. But yeah, so it's ridiculous that they can do that, but they can. So a lot of people, I see so many videos, as I'm sure you guys all see, is that a lot of people think they know what they're able to do and what they're not able to do, and whether it's right or wrong, and whether you agree with it or not. It's about whether you're going to win in court or not, and it's about why would you want to spend the night in jail. So a lot of people think I don't have to get out of the car, and then you see them break the window and drag them out of the car. But if there's an attorney that says, hey, listen, there's case law, Pennsylvania v. Mims, you have to get out of the car for officer safety. Hopefully that can help de-escalate and less people being locked up for silly reasons and not more. And then obviously the main thing that I really love about it is being able to record directly to a secure cloud server, and the officer not being able to turn off your phone without a PIN. So all those things are, there's a bunch of all heat maps. We're doing like heat maps with like danger zones of, police activity, a whole bunch of things, but it's going great. Thanks for asking.
Is anybody used that yet, or is there any trial runs and it's just not up at all yet?
No, there's been beta testing. There's been beta testing on it throughout the country. Yeah.
The big thing about that is the attorneys, in my opinion. You get the other shit. You can rig the other shit, but you can't rig a fucking attorney on demand.
Right, 30 seconds or less. That's what we're aiming for. So again, we're doing our best.
30 seconds or less. What do you mean? Oh, to get on the phone. Okay.
To get on the phone with the attorney, right?
No.
Yeah.
AZ was good, and public safety was happening.
I'm here.
So we got two more guys on the panel here. AZ Unfiltered. What auditor or what channel or what activism did you watch that said, hey, that's it, man. I got to get in the field and do this myself. Is there somebody out there that inspired you more than the rest?
You know, thinking back, that's a real thinker, man. Because I watched some of the OGs from a long time ago, and some of those guys turned out not to be good people. So, but anyway, regardless, I got out, I started doing it and stuff like that, and you know, just getting out there, working hard, you know, doing what you're gonna do. And a few people took notice. YouTube, I definitely know, doesn't like me because they try to keep my shit covered up.
Me too.
Yeah,
Me too.
Club, bro.
I had to take a break because every time I try to drop today, man, it's yellow. Got 5 videos built up and they're all yellow.
Every video I get one a year that's not yellow. What are you talking about? You happy? Literally.
It's because you got weed in them, Joe.
Hey, Joe, cool. I want to ask you a quick question about
bro.
that. How long does it take you to if it's yellow, how long does it take you to like a turnaround time? I'm curious.
Sometimes
to
I
get
feel
a
like
review.
at least a couple, and sometimes as long as 4 or 5. I think that be punished me in particular. Everyone though is yellow.
3 to 4 days for me. 3 to 4 days.
That's about average.
I wonder how it's done because you know when I have a video that's limited monetization, I submit a review and it's usually within hours or the most.
That's because you're making YouTube all that money, bro.
I'm in at least 6 days sometimes.
Mine are up in the air. Like sometimes it takes 2 days, sometimes a couple hours.
I can upload on a Thursday and it'll stay, you know, limited, and then I can, you know, till the next week, and then upload the same video on a Monday, different thumbnail, different title, and then all of a sudden it's green that day.
I've never thought of that. No.
I don't have any yellow videos, so I just wanted to brag that. I don't get yellow videos. It's not a thing I have to deal with. So.
They gave up on you, Direct D.
Hey, I got my first ever warning the other day. I'm still on suspension because of a short that I put out of a Miami police cop who had a BBL, the Brazilian butt lift, and she was in uniform, but I got hit for sexualization and nudity.
Thank you, Ash. Appreciate it.
That's wild.
No, I don't understand how butt licking could be perceived as sexual.
So, for public safety,
doing it
I
right.
asked everybody on the panel this question, but which one of the activist auditors out there was the first to put you up and be like, nope, that's it, I got to do it? What channel or what set of channels that put you over the top that made you open that channel?
Oh, he doesn't have a channel. It was Donovan Herod, the police officer that drug me out of my house and beat the tar out of me and then broke my girlfriend's back.
So it was an actual cop that said that's it.
Yeah, raid.
He broke it for you, huh?
What channel was the first channel to share your videos?
The first one to share my video was AFA.
Shout out to AFA. It's my boy.
I think he said he's live at the same time I was live, so we're competing against him. He might stop up in a minute.
Well, now that I mentioned him, he might.
I will say the very first person to ever share mine was Eric Brandt.
Yes. Hey, let me say, since you opened the door, I as area vice and invite Liberty Freak and Otto the Watchdog. He was like, "Yeah, I don't really know them cats, but yeah, you might as well." Fucking Irizarry, yeah, that's Liberty Freak, Joe. You gotta ask that nigga about that.
I was actually, to answer your question a little bit better, AEC, I was actually inspired by quite a few, but like everybody else, you know, I was brand new to YouTube, so of course the people with the highest views were getting, you know, hitting my algorithm. So I have to give a little credit to LIA there. He was one of the first ones. Just, you know, he had all them views on his videos. He came up on all the algorithms. And then one of my brothers up there in the top right corner who's acting like he's mute right now, Rogue Nation.
All right, everybody.
I gotta say, there's definitely and I've told Sean about this. Definitely something I call the Long Island effect, where I'll get a video and it's on a curve and it's coming, you know, it's coming. And all of a sudden, Long Island puts a video out, and my video goes whoop, Everybody leaves, they go see that video he puts out. I call it the Long Island effect.
I know.
I try to make.
He sends me the analytics every time.
I'm like, yeah, you killed it today.
And San Joaquin Valley was a good one for me too.
Yeah.
That family really helped push our channel into what it is today by sharing it out.
He
did more than anybody, right? He's the one guy who did more for everybody than anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to his son too.
Yes,
yeah, the whole family, all three of them.
Yeah, they shared a couple of mine. They helped me out. The one that helped me out the most, though, sitting on panel right there.
D.
Yeah, that guy right there. He's the one who helped my channel get to where it is. He went to all those other channels helping me out. I couldn't break 5,000.
D helped a ton of cats too.
Yeah. He gave me info on how to, edit and post a video on top of, bringing people my way.
Yeah. He's sharing information, right?
Knowledgeable.
A lot of these guys don't share information. I've been out with a lot of you cats, man. D, SJB, cats like that, they are willing to share the fucking information. You can't stop them. Other cats hold it tight to their chest.
It's not like
it's almost every day, and we just try to promote each other, lift each other up. He's a very selfless dude. He does stuff for everybody. How many channels has he built?
Right.
He's like the best talent scout, I think.
And I think there's
talks about their talent. You know what I mean? Not just video.
I think it's important that we help this community grow because, like, we all kind of admitted, there's no, we're this community changing the laws and we're going to change everything. But the bigger the community is, the more accountability, the more exposure of, things as simple as, hey, yeah, you got the right to tell a cop to F off, but it might cost you 20 grand by the time you're done with appeals to have that right. I mean, just to expose that and have all these channels to do it, it's important to be able to unplug all these people from, licking that boot.
Did I hear you cats before I got up here ask, are we making a difference? I thought I heard D say no and someone else say something different. Did I hear that right?
I was talking about hope, Joe.
He was talking about a hope. Well,
Hope
was talking about the matrix and the steak. Do you want to just taste that steak and just keep plugged in?
I was able to get a sheriff charged with 25 felonies so far and counting.
That's something, right?
I mean, that's just the thing, though. Like I got the Wyoming County Sheriff, resigned, fired, but you know what happens? They just put somebody else in there, and all of a sudden,
that's right.
You might get somebody worse than you had before. Like New York got rid of Governor Cuomo, and then they got Hochul. It was worse. It was like, whoa, we wish we had Governor Cuomo.
You gotta run. You gotta run for governor, Dan.
I feel like we have in some
run for something.
Some cities.
I'd support you for governor.
We're gonna run for something. I want to, spill the beans just yet. We don't know who's listening, but we're gonna be running for something.
Well, that's what I was saying was the change that we're affecting. I think the most important part of it is in the minds of the American population, right? Because again, this shit didn't just pop up overnight, right? People all the time are like, oh, the country started going to shit in the Nixon administration, or, oh, the country started going to shit in the Wilson administration. But the fact of the matter is it's always been planned this way, right? This shit didn't happen by accident. Like the Federal Reserve and fiat currency just didn't come in by accident, right? All this shit's been planned. So, the sacrificial lambs that they'll offer up for 25 felonies or getting arrested and charged as a deputy sheriff.
But you had a good point, though, Rogue. We do make a difference. And all these people who stop and be like, no, I don't have to ID.
And think that they're
that's not illegal. That's us.
I'm finding that the younger officers I'm encountering more in Phoenix because they're on a big hiring spree, like big time, because they're about 3,000 short. And so I found that the younger ones are more hesitant to be fucking crazy because of the whole social media thing. They know that their ass is going to get caught in something, and so, but at the same time,
that's making a difference, Joe.
Yeah, but I think the longer that they're there, the longer they realize that they'll be protected by their own. So then, as they get older, shit just fucking, they don't care.
Well,
So,
so my communications with other law enforcement chiefs and sheriffs, it's of course it's 50-50. Like you get your ones that are just like, no, I hate what's happening with the movement, and then you get the other ones. I'm getting a lot of them saying, they're more constitutional when they go into office for elections. Like they're fully aware of
Right on.
this, community and the impact that it could have on them if they get exposed by us. So, a lot of them are even mentioning it in their campaigns.
Wow, that's good
Yeah, the problem
news.
is that most police chiefs aren't elected. They're appointed because they have political connections. They're not elect. They're not appointed. They're not given the job for merit. They're
Yeah,
given the job because they're friends with the mayor. They're
by
given
the
the
mayor.
job
They
because
know, yeah.
yeah, they're given the job because they're in this sort of clique. And if you just Google like police chief charged or police chief resigns, you'll see dozens of police chiefs being resigned, which basically means that they're fired, but they got to resign first.
That's exactly what just
Um,
Every
happened
time.
to
it happened in
when
Phoenix.
our police chief just resigned
right,
under
if
an
you see a police
investigation.
chief resigns headline, that means he was supposed to be fired. He just was able to resign first, and then it's sad. They go to a smaller department where they're not going to make waves, and they become a police chief there, or another law enforcement officer there, and I think that what AZ Unfiltered was saying is important with the younger officers. I think tyranny will start to go away little by little. Not ever, there's always going to be tyrants in this country, but I feel like the old guard are the ones that are holding things up and really and
Yeah,
really keeping it. If
60%
you
of the
look at all these
sheriffs in this
videos where they're
country,
right,
60% of the sheriffs went unopposed in the last election cycle. Sheriffs should
Really?
get elected.
It's not like that around here. There's always competition on both sides, and sometimes the same party, arguments over sheriff. And that's what I
Down
meant when I said that.
the
I was talking about
the
more
current
sheriffs than
sheriff's
anything.
grandfather was the sheriff before him. And it's just a
Yeah.
good old boy thing.
I see it as if we can't get them to just change their ways to do it because it's the right way to do it, then we can at least just make them afraid to do it wrong.
Yeah.
So that's the backup to it. If we can't get them to do it because it's the honest, the integral way
This is
to do your job,
around the stick of the
then
carrot.
we got to make them scared to do their job shitty.
Well,
oh fuck, you're
They're
gonna
not
get busted.
scared down here, man. Look at Grady Judd. People love him all over the country.
Yeah,
And that guy is shady.
the
guy.
worst, bro.
Yeah.
He's got that good old boy. Ho ho ho. We
Yeah.
do this. Yeah.
All it takes is one of them to put their face on the camera more often than others, and they get more attention from their bootlickers.
I don't know if I feel that elected sheriffs are any more accountable than appointed
Right on.
chief because, like, for instance, a good example is like Erie County Sheriff or Monroe County Sheriff or even Niagara County Sheriff. You can't get near these people.
It's obviously
They
going to
hide
depend on the
behind they hide
jurisdiction.
behind they hide behind email systems that you don't even get their own email.
Yes.
They hide behind paywalls of you call and talk to a dispatcher. Oh yeah, we'll get you. You can't get to these people.
It's
That's
harder
how-
to remove an elected official than it is to get a hired official fired.
I
But
think
that's why I focus.
running for sheriff again in Pinellas County. So if you live in Pinellas, vote for James McClinnis. He'll be a constitutional sheriff. Set an example.
That's what I like to. That's why I like to focus my activism towards utilizing the sheriff instead of the chiefs and stuff like that. Because first of all, they're the constitutionally elected position for each state. So in their county district, so they have more power than a chief. Like they can actually arrest a chief if it's needed. But the other thing is that if we can get on a playing ground, a level playing ground with our elected officials, to me, that's the easiest access one. And it probably depends on where you're at, because, where I live is a more rural area where the sheriffs have a lot more, they're more productive everywhere around here than in a higher, bigger city, because you got a lot bigger city PDs where you all are at.
Yeah,
Right, and even
the
in the
bigger the city,
suburbs-
the harder it is to get anywhere near these people.
even in the
They're hiding behind
suburbs or
locked doors.
city. Yeah, right. I just want to say that sheriffs, like, I don't know how it is by you, Dan, but sheriffs were like in downstate New York City, and Long Island area. They're really just they're really nobodies. They don't enforce laws. They don't They just
They
work and
evict people.
they just do they evict people and hand out summons and hands out summons. You know, they don't really do any type of law enforcement activity. They get paid a whole lot less than the police. So, you know, sheriffs around here, they really don't.
Yeah.
They really have no, even, you know, New Jersey, I've never seen like a sheriff respond to a call. You know, when I go to Florida, yeah, there's sheriffs, you know, that's usually what the bigger law enforcement agencies, the sheriff's department, and they might have smaller PDs. But over here, the police departments are the major law enforcement officers. You'll never see a sheriff,
Same
you know,
here, except the
Sean,
respond to a call.
sheriffs work with Chicago with the police, literally.
Sean, do you remember coming to Indiana a couple years ago?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember going to a county called Harrison County Sheriff's Department,
Harrison County Sheriff's,
where a deputy gave you a water?
where a deputy gave me a water. Oh yeah, you know what's
That
funny?
was
I'm about.
that was my
Yeah,
sheriff. That's my county. You were
yeah.
right, maybe 2 miles
How
from
did
my
you know?
house.
I wanted to post that. You know, it's so funny. I have that scheduled as a short because he came out. The sheriff came out and he was like, hey, I have no problem with what you're doing. You know, you want a water or anything? And he brought me out a water,
Yeah,
and he was a pretty good guy. Yeah, it was a
that's
short,
Nick Smith.
interaction. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
He
that's
was.
Nick Smith. He talks about you when he encounters me for some reason. I keep trying to tell him I'm not Sean Reeves, man. I'm not Sean Reeves. So cut it out. But
No, and
yeah,
I've seen a lot of encounters like that where, I've been involved in a lot of encounters like that where, the law enforcement officer, or even ones I'm not even involved in, which is, I'm truly humbled by, is like, I saw this, somebody sent me a video where this guy was like, did you see that video of Long Island Audit? And the cop was like, yeah, I watch Long Island Audit all the time. Or I'll meet guys that say, or officers that say, hey, I'm a fan of what he does. It's about changing. A lot of people are, I get it. A lot of people have strong emotions towards law enforcement, and I get it. You feel how
Meaning
you
you
want to
don't?
feel.
Meaning you
I,
don't?
I I have strong feelings towards tyrants, right? I have
me
strong
too.
feelings towards tyrants, but I don't I don't believe that every law enforcement, I think they're capable of being a tyrant. I think the system is bad in and of itself. I think it's a systematic problem that needs to be fixed from the top down, because a lot, like I said earlier about the police chiefs, is that there's so many corrupt police chiefs. A Suffolk County police chief, that's the county I live in, was charged with sexual assault after he retired. He's the one that investigated the Giglio Beach murders. And so, he probably wasn't doing his job on there. Now they finally found the guy, apparently. It's a whole sketchy situation, but I think it needs to be accountability from the top down, not letting people resign, firing them,
Right.
setting an example, harsher punishments on the tyrants. So that way it sends that it's a deterrent for people. The guy, like I just covered that video the other day where he punched the guy in the face and he got a 5-day suspension. It's
Yeah, I
it's
saw
it's
that.
ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Like, there
Well,
needs to be more accountability in law enforcement from the top down. But I also know, and I receive a lot of, from certain people, I've received a lot of, criticism and, feedback from this. But I do know law enforcement officers that I've seen, from what I've seen, is that they do respect our constitutional rights. And,
Is that
they're
a
in a
thing?
they're hey, at the end of
well,
the day, the system is bad, but, we're all
Right.
just people, man.
Yes.
At the
Good
end,
guys are
we're all
ordered
just
to do a
people.
bad job.
Right.
And
I I got it.
We're all just people here. And you have to understand that these people are just, so you've never been put in a situation where at least I've never been put in, I'll speak for myself. I've never put in a situation where somebody says, do this or your family loses everything and you won't be able to make your next mortgage payment.
they
Right.
did it
Speaking
to
of
So,
me.
speaking of which, we got a bootlicker here on the bottom, the number one bootlicker of all time. Cops are heroes.
Yeah.
I'd like to
hey,
introduce
James,
number one
can you
bootlicker.
get me a Coke, man?
Uh,
But
I
Long
got
Island,
Dr. Pepper.
that
I'll
was
get
our
you.
elected sheriff that came out and met you. I don't know if you knew that or not, but
No, I
that's
did not. I did not know that.
yeah,
He seemed like a decent guy.
yeah,
I
he's
don't
a
know
good
him.
sheriff. But if you'd gone 20 miles over to the east, you would have been able to meet the sheriff that I had 25 felonies put on. You barely
Say,
missed it.
the cop. I got it when you said that you think that the cops are mostly respect. I don't know the exact words you use now, but respectful of our rights, and I think that
No, not mostly. I want to
okay.
clarify. No, not even close to mostly. I think
I
mostly
I
the
think that they respect what they feel is our rights. not what really are our rights. Because we've seen countless videos. They're like, yo, that's fucking. And they're like, no. Like when you're telling your mom some shit, you're like, Mom, don't do that. This is gonna be fucked up. No, it'll be fine. That's what you get from the cops, and you're like, you're totally violating my rights right now. And they're like, no, it'll be fine. You know, until they like punch you in the face while you're handcuffed or something. Then they're like, hey, you know.
Yeah, but my whole point is, what am I supposed to think about a cop, right? A sergeant, for example. When I was in Pennsylvania, the head of the Department of Motor Vehicles, the Motor Vehicle Association, whatever it's called over there, the MVA, I think it is, called the police, said I was harassing him, saying all these lies, all these different things, and the cop says, hey, he walks up to me, hey, Sean, my name is da 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 da, my badge number is this. Big fan of your channel. I'm not, I know what you're doing is constitutionally protected. He educates the general manager of the building. Like, what am I feeling supposed to be towards that specific officer? Am I supposed to be like,
I would
well, because you're
assume
wearing
that he doesn't do that for everybody. He knew you were Long Island. If you were fucking Joe Schmo, he might not have stood up for you.
Possibly, but I don't know that. I don't know that.
That goes back to my whole thought was, if we can't make him do the job because it's the honorable and respectful thing to do, then we got to make him afraid to do the job bad. And apparently he was afraid to do the job bad.
Yeah, and if he sees somebody falsifying a police report, does he call him out on it, though? You know what I mean? It's not just him. It's what he sees going on every day.
James, kick in, man.
Right, and the problem is we don't know that, and I would agree that more times than not, from my personal experience, law enforcement officers are going to, cover for each other, because that's just the way it is. The thin blue line is as we all know here, is real. Again, I've just encountered certain officers that I believe truly, believe in what we're doing. Not just me; they're not just fans of me; they're fans of what we're doing. And again, they're in a system where I've had emails from law enforcement officers like, "Hey, listen, come to my town. There's a lot of corruption here. There's a whole bunch of corruption here. I can't. I'm scared to say anything because I'm going to lose my job. I'm going to lose my pension. I'm going to lose." And that's the sad part, is that if they do something good for the people, and that's what really needs to change, the accountability aspect from the top down, is because how many they could punch somebody in the face, get a 5-day suspension, but if they were to expose a bad officer, they're going to get terminated and lose their pension. So the difference there is that, and they know that. So when you talk about deterrence of like that officer that punched that guy in the face, when you talk about deterring somebody from doing that again, 5-day suspension is not a deterrent. What is a deterrent is if you quote unquote snitch on another officer and turn your back on another officer and you get fired and you get blacklisted. That's a deterrent from or in Texas, where I just was on Fair Oaks Ranch, Texas, where they got retaliated against, put on the Brady list, fired, all for exposing the police chief and having Adderall parties and tasing people. That's a deterrent to everybody that's seeing that this is what happens when you blow the whistle on a police chief. And that's what needs to change. That process, that needs to change.
All right, so I got this bootlicker down here in the bottom. Cops are heroes. Is there one question that we were asking all the people on the panel is there any specific auditor or channel, activism channel, that made you get
Or
out there, pick up a
experience.
camera, that because you've probably been along doing this the longest, licking them boots, but is there any channel out there or activist that did it for you, or was it a certain incident, Mr. Bootlicker?
It was definitely a combination of a whole lot of things, including a bunch of incidents. But Gavin Syme is one of the biggest influences in causing me to do what I'm doing now. I don't know if you guys have seen him before, but he ended up basically being run out of the country. And he's now a legal refugee of the United States in Mexico. The UN even wrote something determining that he was being politically abused or politically terrorized in his home country of the United States of America, and he's now in Mexico. So it was actually, I had done some recording. I would always record my interactions with my government before I ever uploaded them to YouTube, just because I had kind of learned that from other people. But it wasn't until they ran Gavin Syme out of the US that I said, I need to start publishing. If they're going to run Gavin Syme out, if they're going to cut off one head, two more need to take its place. So I'll at least be one of those two. And I think that pretty much the first time I ever really published a video, I said, this, you know, this is for Gavin. This is what you get for running Gavin Syme out. And that's why James Freeman is a channel and exists now.
Jeff Gray was big too. I remember you telling me about Jeff Gray when I asked you who you said Gavin Syme and Jeff Gray. I remember you.
Gavin Syme just put out a video yesterday or today. He covered the Acorn, didn't he?
Yes, he was talking about Eric Brandt and that too, man. He's talking about some of the guys who are being persecuted.
Wolfie Gladly put out a video too, and this was in it.
Hey guys, hi. Smaller, but yet still content creator here. Let me explain something to you because I think it's super important you guys go. None of us are going to save the country. None of us are going to fix anything. We're not part of any movement. You know what we are? We are the fucking band playing as the USS American Experiment.
He's not wrong.
So I mentioned in the beginning that I answered that question of who got me started. One of the big ones was Bay Area Transparency, but I do want to give a shout out to James Freeman channel and Amagansett Press were the other two that put me out there that made me go. But James Freeman was probably a huge part of that. So I mean, this is my 100,000 subscriber milestone live stream of for auditing Erie County. So since I have you up here, I do want to thank you, because if it wasn't for you and if it wasn't for your getting into it from, you know, that guy being shoved out of the country, just let it be known that them shoving him out of the country put this channel up here, put all these guys together on a panel tonight and discussing freedoms and teaching the people so that it's less likely that the government can get away with their bullshit. And if they bullshit is just an illusion, we're here to expose that illusion as well.
By the way, Long Island Audit, I didn't have any Coke. I did grab you a Dr. Pepper, sir. I drank some. I hope you don't mind.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I was telling them earlier, James, that you know, it was. They asked me who inspired me, and I told them I used to watch channels like Big Nick. I thought, you know, so funny. I thought he was like the best entertainer. You know, it was great. You know, the way he just, you know, handled the cops was funny, which is shocking, obviously, because I'm not really. That's not really like how I operate. But I've always, when I went into auditing, I've always said, you know, I'm just going to operate on who I am and just stand on who I am as a person and, you know, my character and who I am and what I believe. And I'm not going to let anybody influence me on how I interact with law enforcement or anybody else. But I always found your video so funny. You know, can you help me out? Yeah. Is there a gas station around here? You know, yeah, there's one down the block. Oh, can you grab me a Coke? You know, just classic lines that, you know, because I've watched for years. And then when I decided to pick up a camera and start doing what I'm doing, I was like, you know, I'm just gonna go out and try it, you know, see what happens. You know, Amagansett Press was on his tour around the world, around the country, and nobody was on Long Island, and I had a horrible experience my first video, and that really triggered me to keep going and say, wow, there's something here. These guys aren't respecting my rights.
Sean, if you don't like Dr. Pepper, I got a little Pepsi here for you. Here, open up.
The old school can. There you go.
Get some of that. Get
Coke,
that.
No, I'm a Coke guy.
I'll have Coke next time. I'm sorry, Long Island man. I screwed up, bro.
You got a little baggie with some Coke in it.
not that kind.
And the sausage in your pants.
Unless you're into it, then it's in the drawer.
Yeah, how you felt about Big Nick is how I felt about Eric Brandt. It's like an opposite style of mine, but I admire it because he knows how to do it. He knows how to shout at the cops at the perfect moment, what to say. And my favorite was when he rescued that Native American lady who had an unopened, the seal was intact on her 40 ounce of beer. And they were trying to get her with public intoxication. And they not only walked away in shame, they hopped the fence to get away from him. It was hilarious.
Bravest cat I ever saw, bar none.
You know, Long Island, I was thinking when you said that you were trying to be like you and not anybody else, that's from as long as I've been watching this stuff, that's what separates the greats from the okays. When you start when those who come in and are themselves, like rather than trying to mimic somebody else or be somebody else, it's the people who are being themselves that stand out. It just looks natural. It feels natural, and we can see it and we can feel it.
I said that in my first thought of that, bro. It's my own way from now on.
How do you guys feel when you see somebody like use one of your lines or like say something you say?
I love it.
It's a good thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I never mind. I don't think that people really
You shut
do.
your
I mean,
mouth
I've
when you
used
talk to me.
yeah, I used Bay Area Transparency's Buckle and Bounce a few times. The comment section don't like it, but I mean, how the hell is somebody here in Western New York going to hear that line if I don't say it? You know what I mean? Like, it's such a classic line, like telling the chief police that got called to buckle and bounce and get back to work. I mean, like,
I love what Johnny 50 said. He said, "Give me credit 3 times, then it's yours."
Anytime I've ever copied a line out of anybody's, off of anybody's channel, I've always credited the person whose line it is. I've used James Freeman. I've mentioned him several times. I don't know who that guy is, but I've heard some of his shit. And then Long Island, with the cameras when you walk in, they're filming us. I've done that one. As Long Island Audit would say, there's your camera.
I did one audit at a DMV, and I did a whole bunch of quotes from a whole bunch of channels that I loved, and I cited them all in my chalk marks on there. Rogue Nation, you were in there. Remember when that cop with the eyebrows said, "Get that camera out of my face"? I said, "This camera's not in your face. When my wife puts her titty in my face, that's in my face. I can feel it."
Yo,
I did one.
One of the most catchiest lines, a person I think has a lot of like catchphrases, is my boy Eli.
My God! Right? Yeah.
I'm gonna sell in Iraq. The looks that the people have.
That was the first. I used to say that a lot. Like, yo, I'm gonna sell.
But we got somebody jumping in down here on the bottom, Leroy Truth Investigations, and I've been asking everybody in the panel the same question. And since you're up fresh, we're going to ask you is what channel, what activism group or channel was it that you watched in the beginning before you started a channel, and you said, you know what, that's it, I got to do this, I'm in.
Hold on, dude. Hold on. Who let the FBI guy down there on the bottom right?
He got dressed for this.
Nah, that's, that's Mr. Clean's brother.
Mr. Clean or Agent, what do they call him? Agent 47?
That's Clark.
Agent 47.
All right, hold on. We're almost done picking on you, Leroy. Hold on.
Well, I got so many emails with Agent 47. They're saying, "Hey, you're like Agent 47." I eventually got a badge that says "Investigative Journalist Leroy Truth, Agent 47." And once I found out what that meant,
but agent or Asian?
Agent.
Okay.
Asian. And I just got done interviewing the Hales, Jeremy and George.
Way more than 847.
Yes, hopefully. But I just got done interviewing Jeremy and George Hale, and really good stuff. I mean, they're like the biggest story now going out there. And I'm also in the process of organizing other channels to go down there for their next hearing. So if anyone's interested, you can contact me. And to answer your question, Mr. Erie, is the first videos were Pinnack and Aim Against the Press.
Pinnack. Who's that? Jeff Gray?
Yeah, Jeff Gray was doing a lot of videos on Pinnack, and I don't know if that was his or not. And then Here's the Deal, and then I found James Freeman, Lackluster, and yeah, those are my fundamentals. But in the very beginning was Pinnack, and then Aim Against it.
We know Here's the Deal as High Impact. That's how old we are in the game.
Yeah.
I
knew him as High Impact Flicks too. That he was High Impact Flicks when I was watching him. Yeah.
He also was supposed to come up here, but ended up having to do some family stuff as well for everybody out there. So before I interrupted somebody to ask Leroy Truth the question of the night, what were we talking about? Guess we weren't.
I don't think I think everybody was just talking about his business suit and that persona appearance of the representative of the entire community.
You want to hear a crazy story, everybody? I've been investigating this guy's more corrupt than that Illinois mayor, that woman in Dalton.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And I've been
I gotta go see her soon.
I've been investigating. Oh yeah, she needs to be seen, Sean. Absolutely. And I've been investigating this mayor now for 2.5 months. And I rented a giant billboard truck, an electric LED TV billboard truck last week, and it had my picture. It had got tips for people to contact me about corruption tips. Then
Wow.
it had a
Parked outside
video.
the courthouse, right?
I hired it for 8 hours, cost $1,200, and a driver drove it around the entire city for 8 hours. Freaked the mayor out so much
Who the fuck
that he immediately left the campaign rally that he had for me because he's feeling very threatened. And he had all these volunteers together to say, look how strong we are. Look how they love the mayor. When someone showed him a picture of that electronic truck, he immediately turned red, I was told, left his rally and went to a voodoo doctor.
That's crazy.
And I know this because someone knows the voodoo doctor, and the voodoo doctor talked to this guy, and he said, I wasn't available. There's a lot of Dominicans from the Dominican Republic there, and there's people who practice voodoo. And the sitting mayor, who's a state senator and the head of the Judiciary Committee simultaneously, New Jersey, went to a freaking voodoo doctor to try to stop me, because nothing else has worked.
I don't know what to say about that, man. We got some Christian people. I want to slam them, but I'd have to slam a bunch of Christians too with some of the crazy shit they do.
Right. So I have nothing against, whatever they're talking about, the voodoo. I'm not slamming that. But the fact a sitting mayor and a sitting state senator and a sitting head of the Judiciary Committee who helps pick the state attorney general, the prosecutors, the justices, and so forth. He went to a freaking voodoo doctor to try to stop me.
Leroy, it never would have worked anyways. I'm pretty sure the voodoo doctor has to have like a piece of your hair or something.
James, you hit the nail on the head. That's why I know there's no problem. And I'm shaving my head every 5 minutes. I'm shaving my head.
I think nowadays they can use the thread out of that jacket, that suit jacket.
I don't know that developed there.
How you know that?
I don't know that. I don't.
Man, Joe Cool, you love Chevrolet.
That's my girl. Bro.
We were talking about officers just getting pushed over and letting them resign instead of firing them. I'm actually working on a story, like a series that's been going on for a couple of weeks, where a guy was shot in his own backyard who hadn't committed any crime at all. The police were supposed to just come. They didn't even have to come. It was a civil situation, and the police were actually just supposed to oversee while the family sort of decided if they wanted to go spend the night somewhere else and all that, But they show up and they whip their guns out and they just shoot the guy. Right. And so recently, where we're at in the situation in real life, the prosecutor has determined no wrongdoing.
Of course.
And the chief has requested from the council to receive more funds for more tactical training, more access to their weapons, and give his officers defense classes against the public to be more defensive.
No video public safety.
Yeah, I'm going to be publishing. I've already got about 3 videos
there is
up.
A video I'm talking about of the shooting. That's what I
mean. Yes. I've already published it. So I've got 3 body cams, and then I coordinate them together. But
I think you need to let it go for public safety. You got to understand, man. Sometimes people got to die for officer safety. And
that's exactly what they're doing. They're making sure that they kill. They're killing everybody that could question, whether or not there was an encounter. So if you go ahead and kill the people before you know if there was a safety risk, then you're in the clear, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's absolutely no price too high to pay for officer safety.
Mm-hmm. Right.
The children of Uvalde. Just ask them.
Hence the reason my channel was called Public Safety. Wanted to be the opposite of that.
But here's the thing: acorns are problematic. I hear the next thing is rain. Rain sometimes sounds like shots fired.
Yeah, I don't know if you can talk about acorns on YouTube anymore.
Bulletproof vest around 4th of July.
Listen. If it's a heavy enough rain, it can sound like an AK-47 on your roof of the car.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Every time it rains, when you see a cop, you got to go for cover.
Yeah, you got to go indoors when it rains.
I had to watch that video, the acorn video, like 10 times before I could even hear the acorn hit the top of the car.
No, right?
It's like boost the volume.
I had to watch it 10 times to make fun of that cop that kept rolling around screaming he was hit.
Oh, yeah, I don't know whose video was better, Joe Cool's. I don't know whose video was better, Joe Cool's or
James
James.
James, I think, had that crazy
James has cracked me up, man. I was dying.
My wife saw that, James. She was like, "That's nailed it, nailed it."
I gotta tell you, I didn't come up with that though. I had posted the video on Facebook, and someone commented on it and said, "Oh, this totally reminds me of Talladega Nights." And I said, "Yes, yes, it does." And I can put that together.
James,
I'm on fire. I'm on
fire.
Hey, shout out to John for the big W yesterday. Well, it's not that big, but you destroyed that troll. Thank you, bro.
John, you should have drug him on the Constitution more, man. He was scared to death of the Constitution. I'd have choked him with it.
Hey, man, I did the best I could, man.
You killed it. Well, you killed it. Yes,
Thank
you
you.
did. You killed
Do
it.
the recap again. Do the recap. That was perfect.
The guy will get a walking license. What do you say? I get a walking license. You're not media because Washington State said so. I don't know, man. I can't go over all that stupidity. Well, he didn't even read that case law that he wanted to argue with you about, because the case law that he brought, the Green versus Washington, that
was about public records. Yeah, I just saw it.
Yeah, it's about the protected records and who gets to have those. Green was trying to get birth dates and addresses of the police officer, and that was the only thing he was denied.
His statement was, "You're not media
You guys know
because
Frodo
of
the
this."
Troll
How does
actually
that
looks
change
like
that?
a troll, just so everybody
Well,
knows.
listen real
If
quick,
you
guys,
look at him in
because
real
not
life,
many
he's a
people
troll.
realize this, but inland auditing media has already killed that case law, right? Because he's already requested public records under the media exemption. They tried to deny him using that case law, but inland auditing media is an LLC. And he got the records. So that case law is shit, even in Washington now.
How is that? It
Rogue.
stands. He said if you're LLC, you get the records. It still stands as it is.
You don't even have to be LLC as long as you pay taxes on something that's media related.
The woman, the girl who recorded George Floyd being killed won the Pulitzer Prize.
Right.
So that means journalists
use that one
acknowledged a
myself,
random girl on the street who took a recording of the police as receiving one of the best journalism award there is. So when you're like, oh, you're not a journalist, that's not what journalists think, because obviously they gave it to somebody
I gotta
recording of
get
the
her
Pulitzer
name
Prize.
right to pull it out from time to time. I gotta know that girl name.
Well, I only have one question about this whole journalism debate, right? So if I go work for The Sun and I do stories about Bigfoot and aliens, I'm considered a journalist?
Certainly.
But not if I report on the cops?
Right, great point.
Exactly. Good point.
Yeah, there's no Bigfoots out there making exemptions to to records either.
Here's a story.
One more update.
Oh, go ahead,
I just
Sean.
want to give one more update really quick. It just popped into my mind. March 12th, I'll be in the Second Circuit. There's oral arguments scheduled for my the stay on the NYPD's ban of filming. So on the injunction. So they appealed it. So now we're going to the Second Circuit, and there's oral arguments scheduled for March 12th. So should be. I mean, just being in the Second Circuit is pretty cool.
Barbecue same day.
Yeah, you're enthused.
You gonna be able to record it, LIA?
No, I will not be able to. Federal courts are known to not allow any sort of cameras inside of the courtroom whatsoever.
Right.
The Ninth Circuit has their own YouTube channel, and they at least upload and often live stream a lot of their hearings.
Audio or video? Because I know they do a lot of audio. I don't know about video.
We should be able to get the audio.
Audio works.
anyways. All right.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
So my attorneys are really good.
And cartoon generator.
So Rogue, they're arguing their big argument they're trying to make. Well, first of all, in New York, and that's what really opened my eyes. While I have all you great guys here with me, is that we got to focus on getting state legislation passed that protects the First Amendment more specifically towards the cops, because a lot of circuits, I think half of them, hopefully the Second Circuit soon acknowledges the right to record the police as well, but all of them have. Half of them have, and the other half haven't. Decided
so you mean the remaining
ones?
Yeah,
well, they haven't said no or yes. They just and they're probably would, if they really came down to it, they probably would say yes, because all the other circuits have said that you have the right to record the police under the First Amendment.
That was good timing.
But in New York, as Dan knows, there's the right to there's the Right to Record Act in New York City, and then there's the monitoring law in New York State, the New York State right to monitor, and those are state legislation that's passed. And even though there's, they try and make the, everybody, they always make the argument, time, place, and manner restrictions, what's reasonable, and a lot of times
what's their argument when you're done? I wonder what their argument is.
Well, it's such a weak argument because there's a law in New York City that says that
Florida.
You have
That's
the
their
right
argument,
to record the
we're
police.
fighting against it here.
Move to Florida.
No, there's legislation in Florida that they're putting against our right. It's not for our right; it's against it, saying that we have to move back 30 feet. You can't say anything rude to a cop now.
That's definitely
These
constitutional.
bills being proposed. Nothing has been adopted or passed, but yeah, that's what we're fighting against. It's an uphill battle here.
Those kind of laws are actually good because good rights because it allows you to challenge it in court. And when they're making specific kind of 30 feet and not being able to curse at the cop or whatever, that's obviously a 100% a First Amendment violation, and you could take that into federal court and get it struck down. And
to your example of the Pulitzer Prize winner, she was a couple feet away.
That's the law.
I said that to the prosecutor in Georgia. I said, "Hey, remember that Derek Chauvin would be a free man if it wasn't for a citizen with a camera." And
That's right.
He would have resigned.
That's the same exact argument that ACLU is using in these cases. I was actually just working on a video when I came up here. Indiana passed a 25-foot law, 25-foot rule for when police are engaged. And of course, there's limitations to that even, but it's obviously unconstitutional. And they've been arresting people in specific counties for it. I got a video of a guy that took at home. He was in his front yard and cops came up, 9 cars deep and tased a guy while he was laying on the pavement, and he caught it on video. And the cops didn't want this dude videoing. So they bum rushed him and said, "You can't video," and arrested him at the same time and told him that was his warning. So, but I was cutting the video.
25 feet, Indiana.
Yeah, it's Indiana, Joe. Yep. And so the video I'm cutting, I had to add some legal argument in there, and it just so happens to be the ACLU director, and he mentioned the George Floyd case in the argument. He said, had that citizen not been there within 5 or 6 feet from George Floyd incident, then people would have never known about it.
Right. I got a video that I'm going to be putting out probably Monday of Erie, Pennsylvania police, one of the same ones who handcuffed me when I was there. He arrested a guy from across the street filming him for speaking. Just for speaking.
Across the street.
From across the street, let alone what you can really get away with. And he arrested him for obstruction.
The Washington Supreme Court said he couldn't.
I was getting ready to say that, John. That's exactly what I was going to say, John. That was in your argument yesterday.
I digress.
Hang on for a second. Let me bounce off Long Island audits with the legislation and the law and stuff like that. Okay, so I've got 2 cases right now that I'm trying to push through the 4th Circuit, which hasn't ruled on the right to record cops yet.
Can you hear me?
And so in the reply that the judge sent me, he said, of course, that the 4th Circuit hasn't addressed that right yet. And I told him, and this is what I think is important, because a lot of people, they try to focus on case law, right? But the right to free press in and of itself is the right to record public officials, right? So, you don't need case law to bear arms, right? Because that's what the whole fucking right's about, right? And with the right to free press, you don't need case law saying you have the right to record your public officials, because that's what the fucking right is about, right? It's not the right to record the Kardashians. Right. It's not the right to record the Super Bowl. It's, you know what I mean? It's not the right to report the weather. It's the right to record our public officials so that citizens have an informed view on how their government is being run, right? So we need, when they try to ask us about the case law, we don't need freaking case law, right? This is the right? There is no other case law needed. And that's what I wrote the judge, and I'm waiting to hear back from him now, but I straight up told him, I said, I don't need no freaking case law in the 4th Circuit or anywhere in this fucking country, because the right is the right to record our public officials. You know, be
So
it by a
you're in court under because recording
Because
someone, they
we're
didn't come up
making
with a
it, baby.
secondary, tertiary case.
what's that, Joe?
Right? You're fighting a right to record. You were recording a public official, and that made it to court somehow.
Well, yeah. Well, in the Fourth Circuit, I've got it's Metz versus City of Easley, and that's where they the city where me and Upstate SC News, also known as 4 Officer Safety, we were going into the city there because we got some tips that the mayor was, you know, doing crazy shit, and he started to like try to restrict our rights, right? Like we went in there one time and he had the office workers play loud music, right? I started singing to that shit. So, you know, once he realized that that wasn't going to stop me, then they decided to go and pass an ordinance, right? They went so far as to reach out to Mark Stout about me, right? The chief of police. Yeah, the chief of police reached out to Mark Stout.
Oh my God. That's
about
like
That's when
me.
you know they're desperate.
Yeah. So they reached out to Mark about me.
Yeah, you know very well.
Right. And they,
I got
put this
court with Mark
ordinance
on
in place.
Wednesday. I
They
got
needed his
court.
memoir. They needed his memoir.
So
I wish. Oh, sorry.
So basically, they did this ordinance, right? And the night before they passed the ordinance, I went out there, pepperoni audits. There was like 5 or 6 of us that went out there, brand example news. And I got up and I spoke in front of the city council, and I told them, look, I said, what you're trying to do is unconstitutional. I know your piss ass family attorney here that your city attorney doesn't understand, you know, but basically here's what's going to happen. If you guys pass this ordinance, tomorrow I'm going to walk in with a notice of intent to sue. And then after that, I'm going to hit you with the lawsuit. And that's exactly what I did. And what I'm waiting to find out if it's going to actually go through right now. But that's what happened. And in the Fourth Circuit, there is no right to record. There's no case law that says there's a right to record. But like I told the judge, I don't need case law.
Yeah, the trolls always argue, oh, but there's no case like, because in the 11th we have Smith v. Cummings, in the 5th it's Turner v. Driver. I don't know what it is in the 9th, but all those, they're covered. And that's what they try to say. Oh, you have to have fought and gotten challenged and proved it in court in order to prove. No, on its face, it's wrong to bring that charge.
Wait, they use Mims versus Pennsylvania here in Colorado and in Chicago. How the fuck they can use
That's
shit
to get out of the
from
car,
different states?
Well, right. Mims versus Pennsylvania is a federal case. It's a SCOTUS case.
Is federal.
Right. So it applies all over the nation. But, you know, the fact of the matter is, and I kind of lost my train of thought there, but we don't need case law. And the case law we do have, we have to recognize all those cases, Smith, Fields, Fordyce, Turner, these are all taken outside on what is quote unquote the public forum, right? So now most of you have recognized that the trolls have gone to this non-public, limited public forum argument, right?
Yeah.
The right to record isn't restricted by the forum because the right to record is not an expressive act, right?
Right.
So I equate it like this,
But
right?
a lot of judges, Rogue, a lot of judges are ruling that it is, and that's the problem is that these judges, and that's why I talk about state legislation being enacted to protect it, and to be more specific on exactly you have the right to record the police like New York State did, is that, you know, these judges are saying that, you know, the word reasonable, so they could put reasonable, viewpoint neutral restrictions on the First Amendment, which was meant to apply, like you said, to expressive activity, like going inside of a city hall and having a protest and singing a loud song and saying "fuck the mayor" and all these different things.
You can write the song sitting
down.
That's
right. That's why we have to put forth the correct argument, right?
Yes.
So what I like to say when they bring up this limited public forum stuff, okay, because I've done a lot of research on this forum analysis, right? Every single case, what's known as a landmark case, Tinker, Brown, Adderley, any of them that you name, all have to deal with either speech, meaning like somebody speaking or protesting or solicitation, all expressive acts, right? So none of them have to do with recording. There's only two cases that they point to, and both of those cases are in locations that are not open to the general public, right? So the right to record, we're restricted as far as our access by where the general public is allowed. Okay, so we know this to be true because in any one of our states, we could go into a public area, okay, that's publicly accessible, that has no expectation of privacy, and we could record secretly. And that will
Yeah,
not violate our
that's the
state
point
and
that I was
federal
making. Yep.
wiretap charges.
Right.
Okay.
But you know what they did to me in Nassau, Rogue, is that I recorded secretly inside of a government building, and they charged me that's when they sent those guys to my house, the officers to my house, the plainclothes officers to my house, is because they charged me with trespass after the fact. So basically, it was like a conditional trespass that I knew I shouldn't have been recording. Obviously, they're going to lose the case, but you know, the government does what it wants. You know, power, as you as your video say, power does what it wants.
They can't do nothing about it, but the process is the punishment for them, you know, and what do they got to lose? Taxpayer
Look,
money.
in Chicago, they win that case. We have the Illinois eavesdrop law, which you can't record public officials surreptitiously without telling them.
Hey, you
Well, I thought Alvarez. I thought Alvarez beat that.
Alvarez, yep, it was the principal. It was the case with he recorded the
Alvarez
principal or
is
something.
old, yeah.
No, it's still controlling.
Relatively new, 5-6 years old.
That's the case that made that statute unconstitutional.
Very good.
That you're talking about.
Rogue, we really don't have any rights though.
Rogue, you broke Mark, man. I just gotta say real quick, Rogue, you broke Mark. You broke him. What happened to him, man? He disappeared.
Yeah.
Dude, I sent him some case. I sent him some case law he couldn't get his head around, and he just dropped off.
Yeah,
maybe his grandma kicked him out of the basement.
Maybe yeah.
Homeless.
He's no longer in that tent.
That was funny hearing the name Mark Stout. I ain't heard that one in a minute.
Yeah,
Hey, by the way,
Rogue, he was
remember when we used to go
like
there
an
and troll his
ex-girlfriend.
lives until he kicked us all out?
I was recording in Nassau Court about 2 months ago. I was supporting Vinny, who had gotten arrested in Huntington, Long Island. And I don't know if any of you saw the original video. And blatantly, the head of security, who used to be the head of the Secret Service, believe it or not, in Huntington, blatantly assaulted Vinny. Vinny was just defending himself. And I went to court with him. I had done the story. I was the first one to do the story on it. And so I said, bleep it. I'm going to record. And I'm recording kind of subtly, but not subtly enough. Suddenly some bailiff angrily comes up. You can't record. You can't. Get out of here. Get out of here. So, all right. I'm going to argue with him. I get out. And then it was this big brouhaha in the hallway.
I don't know.
The judge wants my name. Judge is requesting your name. And he is very angry with you. What's your name? Did he say he requested it? Yeah, he's requested it. Well, I ain't giving it. And all these people tried to, get my name, and they didn't arrest me, which I was really surprised. But it
Courts are
ended
tricky,
up.
Leroy, because at the end of the day, the biggest problem in the country, as we all know, is the judicial system, right? Is because they're the ones that interpret the law. They have judicial immunity, and they have the power to lock you up on contempt of court charges indefinitely. That's the thing. You could have been arrested for contempt of court in 30 days, and that's it. You know what I mean? And
yeah.
You could, I guess you could appeal. I'm not sure, Rogue. I don't know if you can compete. I've never heard of appealing a contempt of court charge, but that's the thing. They could just do whatever. You're disrespectful to the judge. Contempt of court. You
Right.
see it in these videos all the time. So that's.
And there's no recourse, LIA. There's no recourse.
Yeah.
They're top of the food chain. What do you do if they are operating
There's
from
nothing
ego?
you can do.
There's
They're
nothing.
Leroy,
because you're gonna go. What are you gonna go see? One of their judge friends? Like
Yes. That's who judges them. Yes.
There is one of my neighbors that's suing a judge for holding her in contempt of court, and I'm actually suing the same judge for something totally different. But again, like Long Island said,
can you sue
you're
a judge,
asking. You can. In order to do it successfully, It's really difficult.
I thought they had absolute. I thought they had like judicial immunity, where
right
in the course of their duty they can just do whatever.
In the course of their duty, that's the thing. And so if they're doing
Right.
something that's not in the course of their duty, which is what they did to me when they made a ruling against me when there was no case in front of them, and they made some kind of special magical order. But they, and so we don't know how it'll turn out with this woman who was held in contempt of court, though, because they're going to claim that she had judicial immunity in that case. But I mean, we'll see. They do know that they screwed up. They even reverted on it. They had her transported to the jail, and then when she got there, the higher judge called them up and said, "Hey, what are you doing? Release her now." So I mean, they know they screwed up, but we'll see how the lawsuit goes. Because again, you're asking a judge. I mean, it's like going to a cop and making a complaint with internal
do you really expect him to turn the guy in that's
Right.
standing next to him? No,
Right.
Fuck out of here.
All right.
I just put a text into some attorneys to ask if you can appeal here in New York at contempt of court. We'll see if any of them reply tonight.
They'll contempt of court 30 days, you know, in the county jail. And then who wants to sit in the county jail for 30 days, you know? That's why it's like, you know, I do record in courthouses. I think that's probably the most important place to record, because if anybody's ever sat, you know, one day I took a day and I just sat. It was this judge I didn't like, so I wanted to just show my face and just sit in the courtroom the whole day. So I took like a half a day to sit in the courtroom. If anybody believes that there's justice, or, you know, the criminal justice, just go sit in a courtroom, any criminal part in the courtroom all day long, and you will know that there is no justice. It will be the most. It will be the saddest experience of your life.
It's
you will
sickening.
see all of these, you know, people who are drug addicts, who are, you know, who need help, and they're just being, you know, like they're like, you know, cattle, and one after another. Like, here you go, you know, 30 days for you, 20 days for you. It's just go sit in a courtroom,
machines,
and that's
bro.
why all court proceedings should be recorded and broadcasted, and, you know. It's actually, you know, the court system is my judge just recused herself because she was like scared of, like, you know, me wanting to record and all this stuff in Nassau County. But, you know, what I've learned about lawyers, and, you know, district attorneys are another one of the most powerful people. They can decline charges whenever they want. We see them not wanting to prosecute cops, and there's no recourse for that either, because they can prosecute whoever they want, or they can, you know, they can prosecute or not prosecute whoever they want. And a lot of these district attorneys in some states, in New York, they're elected, but in Connecticut, for example, they're appointed by a judicial committee. And, you know, district attorneys are a huge problem in our criminal justice system. That, you know, they're lawyers, and they can make, like, there's a law that there's People v. Moore for this charge that I'm criminal trespassing in the third degree, and it's very clear, the case law, but lawyers have a way of trying to make the oh, that's not green, that's blue. And it's like, and they will make like some sort of they'll figure it out. And judges are the same way, because judges are lawyers, and judges will come to a decision and say, this X, Y, and Z happened because of this and this. They rationalize it in their own mind to make it sound like it's correct in their own favor, and their own views and their own beliefs. And that's the problem, is that, you know, there's, you know, you say, oh, I'm going to sue you in court. It's like, you know, well, good luck. Is that judge a pro cop judge that donates to police unions and stuff, or is that judge,
Son,
you know,
you can film in a courtroom. You've done it a few times. How difficult is that? And I thought the judge is the one who would determine. Apparently, that judge is not the one who determines if you can film.
Well, it depends on the state.
Give you a good reason not to.
It depends on the state, Joe. It depends on the state. The process for it. I have recorded. Obviously, my trial is uploaded on YouTube. My whole 2-week infraction trial, which is the biggest joke ever. You know, like, you know, OJ trial, but on, you know, for an infraction, a $90 ticket. It's ridiculous. But even the district attorney said, you know, this stupid infraction trial. We caught him on a hot mic saying this is a stupid infraction trial, and they wasted so many resources. It's absolutely ridiculous. But some people have, like, there's like an administrative judge that you can make the request to, or sometimes it's actually the trial judge. For an example, in Illinois, when we requested to, when I got charged in Berwyn, we requested, it was the day of the trial, we requested to the judge that we wanted to record it, and he's like, why would I care? You want to make a record of it? Go ahead, make a record of it, go record it, do whatever you want.
In
you
Berwyn?
could, yeah. He was like, this is in Crook County, and he was like, you could do whatever. He's like, go ahead and record it. Why would I care? You know, you want to make a document, you want to make a record of it, go ahead. You know, I'm not going to help you in any way. Like, set up your camera, do whatever you need to do. But at the end of the day, the district attorney started freaking out because he was like, we don't want to be recorded. And he's like, well, and the judge made a good point. I forgot the case law. Maybe Rogue will know it. But the courts, the reason for no cameras on trials is to protect the defendant, not to protect the state.
Right.
It's, you know, if the defendant has no, and he mentioned this, I think it was like a famous doctor who
No.
there was a famous doctor who had a trial in, I think it was in California, who, you know, his case, they found out that he didn't have a
I
fair
gotta
trial
write
because
that
it was
down. I
reported
don't
by the
forget that.
media. He didn't want the cameras there. So if the defendant doesn't want a camera during their trial, they're entitled to not have a camera there during their trial in some
Right.
instances. And the judge could always overrule it. But it's really there. That rule is to protect the defendant, not
It's
to protect the
logical.
state. You
It's
know,
logical.
obviously,
I
you know,
recorded the Tom Wells trial, and I had to go through the court administrator to get permission from the judge, who had to either give me a good reason not to, or they had to allow it, which they did. There's
right?
no good reason.
There is
Since
no
the
good. There is
defendant,
no good reason. It's actually
Gotta
Lockport.
go, guys.
there's a
Love
good
you all. Bye.
reason to do it.
Hey,
Hey,
bye.
John.
Oh, bye,
Hey,
John.
Hey,
In
John,
New
come back
Mexico,
up
they
here anytime soon.
My Lockport case where they did the 4 harassment charges because I filmed the clerks at the course of their duties, I put in to record that the judge refused it and declined it because it was a conflict of interest for me, the defendant. Let that one sink in.
What's up, Max Accountability?
It was for my protection. I can't do it for myself.
In New Mexico, they have specific written rules that say that the only reason a judge can refuse someone to record a court hearing or a trial is if there's a child victim testifying, a sex
Logical.
victim testifying, or they're like some extreme extenuating circumstances. And even then, you can still record the trial or hearing. You just can't record that part. And then they've got specific things about you've got to set up your camera where the judge says you have to set it up. But in no way whatsoever does it say you can't. It's basically some reasonable rules to keep order and decorum. That's it.
And that's and James, that's what the no cameras in the court, obviously to protect the defendant and have a fair trial from the media, but also these rules were made. People don't understand that these rules were made when cameras had long wires attached to them, and they were huge devices, and you know it created a spectacle, and people
Right.
were looking at when cameras were huge and it needed all this equipment and running of wires. Now you in today you could just record with your cell phone high 4K video. It's a lot different. So if you read the actual rules, it's to keep, like you said, to keep decorum in the courthouse and to make sure there's no spectacle taking place. But again, I would argue that sitting in the stands with your cell phone out and just recording, how
Right.
does that
I had
create
to
any sort of
agree to a
decorum?
couple of things when I was recording a trial. You have to agree not to record the jury, and also
Which I think is important.
the trial is over,
I
then
have
you
a
can
problem with
approach
that.
them and you can get the story from them afterwards if they choose to give you a story
That's
or not.
fair.
I can see
But
the jury, especially at trials like Kyle Rittenhouse or George Floyd. If the media and the people could get a hold of these jurors, man, that would change
Yeah.
things.
Oh,
Death
yeah.
you could only
threats,
It
all
would
record.
that
definitely
stuff.
be influenced for sure. Yeah.
You could only record during trial when it was in session. Like when they turn it off, you have to turn off your recording equipment. That was a big deal. I got a call from Eric Brandt, and I was outside of the courtroom. It was funny because right when I was leaving the room after hanging up with him, and I was just hanging up with him, the deputy was looking for me. It was like after 9:30 at night. We were still in the courtroom. He comes and opens the door as I said, "Happy fuck the cops day," and the cops looked at me, just frowned.
I got one right coming out of jail. I got one coming out of jail. He was going into jail. I just walked out. He didn't even know me, and he called me to give me advice really fast. I'm like, "Hold on, man, let me write this down." He was like, "I can't. I'm going through the metal detector right now." Beep, beep, and that was that. That was the first time I ever talked to him.
The last thing, I had to share whatever video with whatever other news outlets wanted to see that video because I was the only cameraman in there. So
interesting. Yeah, we gotta fight this camera in the courtroom. Shit, fuck that.
LIA, you made a great point. And when these policies were enacted, camera equipment, hundreds of thousands of dollars, the wires, the cables everywhere, and it could be very disruptive to the whole court experience. But when you could just do this now, it's not. There is no disruption.
So I just got a text in from an attorney. Says that a contempt of court is appealable, but is not an easy feat, is what the attorney here in New York said about it. So I mean, it's possible, but it's not likely, and it's not easy.
It's probably so unlikely and so uneasy because, again, you're going to another judge, and just like you'd be going to another cop. I mean, to complain about their colleagues.
Then by the time your 30 days is up, they'll finally get to you. No.
Hey, Dan, I'm interested to hear Tommy Mass Accountability's answer to your questions about who inspired him, because I think this guy has a video from 2009.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we just brought up Mass Accountability here. He hasn't spoken up yet, but one question we asked everybody when they first come up is, because this is my 100,000 subscriber AEC live event, who was it that inspired you, or the first videos that you watched that broke the straw, like broke the camel's back, that said, hey, that's it, I'm picking up my camera, I'm doing this. And the second follow-up question is, who is the first to share your videos and help you grow?
Is my audio working right now?
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
All right, cool. It wasn't for a second. So my first video, as Wrights was saying, was back in 2008. And I didn't even know anything about any of this. I just always carried a camera around with me while I was going out. That's when my partying days and shit like that.
Jackass.
So so a couple of kids ran by me. What's that?
You were going potty? What?
Partying.
Partying.
You went potty. Good boy. I'm very proud of you, buddy.
But, so a couple kids went running by me and my couple group of friends, and they're like, the cops are kicking the shit out of people over there. So we're like, well, fucking run off. He was bleeding out of his face and shit. So I pulled out my camera, I started recording, and another undercover had pointed out that to one of the cops, like, hey, that's one of his friends. He told him to get the fuck out of here. The kid started walking away. He grabbed him by the throat, took him to the ground. I got arrested for filming that arrest. And then I didn't know anything about my rights and anything like that. An attorney told me, once this case is dismissed, just lay low if you don't want any problems. Back then, I didn't want any problems because I didn't know anything about this. And I used to be in some shit, so I didn't really want to be a spotlight on me. So fast forward to 2018, I started watching First Amendment auditors and quote unquote First Amendment auditors, cop watchers, shit like that. The first couple that I watched was Mexican
Padilla.
Yes, one of his first ones with.
I know the vids you
Where he called the cop an asshole in front of.
Yeah, I think it was
post office.
Rodriguez.
That's
or something
great.
like that.
I love that one.
That one, I seen some of the first I don't answer questions guy. What's his name there? Sutter, Ken Sutter or something. Like
older
that.
Guy, right?
Yeah, he like was one of the originators for saying.
He said in the video, right? He says, "I don't answer question guy." I don't know.
Yeah. So him. Then I started coming across like High Desert, James Freeman.
James Freeman.
Can I interrupt?
Everybody on the panel.
About James. This is the thing about James. He just didn't audit. He opened your mind. He did the here's the deal shit while he's outdoors. Right, that was the hook about James that separated what he do.
Yeah, and his opening was really catchy with the hanging of
everybody
Liberty with the blue line flag with the blue line. So
and that snake that used to come.
A lot of people didn't realize what that was, man.
Yeah.
Not a lot of your videos had that in it, like the actual video, like the beginning ones. Like you should bring that back. That thing is bomb.
Yeah, that was pretty dope. So and then I realized, like, shit, this is my right to do what I did back, 11 years ago. So I had a pretty expensive camera. It has an 83 times zoom. I'm like, I could have some fun with this. Ooh. So I went out and there was a movie shoot going on right in Salem, and that's where I got my first couple videos. And John Felix, he was one of the first, and then Radical Reactor. They were the first two to ever share my video. And then Lackluster was soon after that. And Lackluster, he shared quite a bit of my videos. He I watched him before he was I had more subscribers than him. So and now I only have just under 90,000. So he helped me out quite a bit, and then eventually everyone started sharing them here and there, and yeah. So that was.
Did you say you were over 90,000 at one point?
No, I'm just under 90,000 right now. I haven't really done anything in the last year and a half. So
I thought maybe you said you lost a bunch.
No. I got a medical misinformation strike, but so I really got hit bad with that COVID stuff. Really got me. I shouldn't have went into the Department of Public Health and questioned them, I guess.
Radical Reactor. I was trying to remember his name, dude. He was another one that was a good talent agent. Talent scout.
Yeah. Mass accountability. You got some of my favorite content out there. I got to tell you that, man. The YouTube doesn't push your stuff and put it in front of me as much, but when Facebook started putting your stuff in front of me at one point, actually, and I was like, "Holy smokes, this dude is awesome! This guy's got a mouth on him."
Yeah, that's I remember when I was really hitting Florida hard, and you had commented, you're like, dude, everything you fucking put out is gold. I was like, wow, that was fucking big time for me, because like I said, you were one of the first.
I was pissed off.
He came here, views, and there were 4 other auditors with him, and the guns drawn cops, and he was the only one like, hey, what the fuck are you guys doing? Everybody
was like, put your fucking guns down. What the fuck are you doing? But
I was pissed off that you didn't have 1 million views on every video, man.
I just want to throw it out there, all my mods. Make sure you're putting mass accountability. Let's get this kid some subs and get some people over there. Put his link up in the chat. The mass accountability. Get in there.
I gotta give Granite State Transparency a big shout out too. She was in my area, one of the first in my area, and she really her style of doing the public records and really following up. That's really where I get my.
Where is she nowadays?
That shit is dope right there. She actually was in touch with her. She was in my live stream the other day saying, "Come to Dedham, however they say it over here." I don't even know how to pronounce half these towns over here, but I think she was covering the Turtle Boy story. I think she was in Dedham doing that. So, but I was over in Roxbury at that time. So.
Hey, I got to go, everybody. But before I wanted to share a couple of things. I crashed a First Amendment audit that was being held because myself and Good Guy Activism went to Union City, and I said, and it was for the police and it was for the managers in Union City. And so I'm going to crash this, and then I dare them to kick me out of a freaking First Amendment audit. And they did this because someone called 911 on Good Guy Activism and myself. And so I went in, there were no signs. It was in the courtroom they were using. And the moment I got there, the chief of police freaked out that I had already been investigating the mayor for about a month. And he stops the First Amendment audit in the middle of it. And he has Captain Raposo, who is from North Bergen, New Jersey, stop the training, which he was doing the training. And they went into some side room. And I found out later, the captain's freaking out. Like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Leroy's here. Captain Raposo said, it's a First Amendment audit. Let him stay. So I stayed, and Captain Raposo started interacting with me. And I got to tell you, and again, I know Sean, of course, knows him. And if I were to create a First Amendment audit presentation, 90% of it would have been what he said. And 10% would have been things I would have added because from our particular perspective. But he didn't say with attitude. He didn't say like, okay, I'm going to do this just to humor everybody. But he was like, hey, you got a problem with a guy with a camera? Hurt your feelings or you're uncomfortable? Too bad. First Amendment. So I recorded that, and I'm going to release that. It's going to be Tuesday or Wednesday. And it's freaking awesome. And he's going to be on my live stream. I'm doing a live stream with him this Wednesday at 8 p.m. So if anyone wants to join that, anyone here wants to join that, it's, I think, the first, probably, and Sean, you can correct me on this. I don't know if anyone's had someone, he's a captain, and he supports us. And again, his presentation
I
was
got
phenomenal.
to shout out really quickly, Roy. I got to shout out Matt. He came on the channel. Matt Thornton. I know Joe Cool knows who he is. He's a police officer in I forgot the exact city, but he's in in the state of Illinois. He came on my channel, and he does good work for his community. He's a great guy, and he actually has a YouTube channel where he talks about he highlights he exposes bad police behavior, and he's received a lot of threats from the Thin Blue Line, and he's still an active duty police officer too. But you're right, I do know Captain Raposo. We did
Oh, with Matt, he's underselling the guy. He does the same shit we do with the
right.
shorts and shit, the same way we do it,
No, he's
just as
great. Matt
effective.
is,
Yes.
and that's what I'm saying is that Matt does it. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I get called when I highlight an officer like that. And I think that's the same mentality. I think that's the wrong mentality to have, is that if you can't, if he's literally out there talking about, as a law enforcement officer, current law enforcement officer, talking about
It's
publicly
crazy.
about law enforcement officers when they're
I
escalating a
don't think there's
situation or doing
another one
something
doing
wrong.
it.
His
I don't
No,
think
I
channel's
there's
think he
called
might
anyone
be
else
the only
doing
he
it.
might be the only one, but maybe Captain Raposo will do it in the future as well. He invited me over to Union City, and we did that collaboration with Union City. Gave me the tour, did the ride along, and I'm happy he's going on Leroy's channel. So I would invite. I'll definitely be watching that. So Captain Raposo, I got heat from going out. I went to the Knick game with him with my son, and he's a good guy from what I've seen, and as Leroy stated, I haven't seen Leroy's video, but he does First Amendment audit training, and he's very sincere in his beliefs that we have the right to record government officials. And his department, if you go to Union City, you're not going to get any pushback from recording the police over there, or anybody. He's a captain. Hopefully, one day he will be the chief there. We need more good chiefs, but
If
I'm looking
y'all
forward
I
got
to it,
just
these
Leroy.
threw
guys,
But
I just threw
I had to
Thornton's
throw Matt
link up.
Thornton out there because
I
he's
just threw
literally great.
I just threw his link up in the chat for his channel. If
Sean and
anybody hasn't
Leroy,
seen it,
if y'all know these cops, y'all got to put them in front of us, because you know how, at least me, I ain't gonna speak for nobody else. I think it's a fucking phoenix that doesn't exist. You got to put it out there. You got to sell us
But
on
you've
that
seen
shit.
Matt, Joe Cool. You've seen
Yes,
him.
but I would still say that nigga cop, he need to retire. He's
Yeah, he's
moralist if he
well.
don't,
No, Joe.
Why
You
would
know
you want
what?
him to
It's just they
retire?
have him as a
Yeah, good
resource
point.
officer. Listen, Joe. They have him as a school resource officer. That's
Who they gonna replace him with? It's gonna be worse.
He's good with kids. He has a
Yeah,
foundation that I've
I
donated
saw
to.
it.
He has a
Yeah,
foundation that I donated to where he helps and that's the problem with
I
that's another
saw it.
big
He's good
problem,
with
is
the
that these inner
kids.
the
cities.
people who are ordered to do the bad job, some of them are good guys, but they're ordered to do a bad job. They're out on the street patrolling certain neighborhoods and keep the prison industrial system going. $40,000 to $50,000 a head per cage per year. That's what they generate. That instead of
Right, I
taking.
How
agree.
can I
I
like the
agree. Right,
nigga that
the
do that,
system
bro?
is 100% broken, and needs to be a complete overhaul. But I do believe there are, and again, I'm not gonna. From my experience, I haven't done this as long as James Freeman or others out there, but in my 3 years of a little over 3 years of experience, I would say most I would say 99% of cops, whether it's through force of losing their job or intimidation, whatever, they will just violate your rights no matter
Yeah.
what. And then,
All
but
right,
like
you
I
No,
ain't
said, there
could
are
they
crazy. I
look
got
after
you.
each other's
Matt
pension?
Thornton is in that 1%. Captain Raposo is in that 1%. There are
right?
others that I interviewed on my channel that that were fired because they blew the whistle on the police chief. And it's sad because those kinds of videos, like that, when I interviewed those cops that were fired that were blacklisted and put on the Brady list by a police chief that they came out against, when I interviewed them, and they told their story about how the police chief tased them, he made them play taser roulette, he had Adderall parties, this guy's committing felonies, and they came out against him and they were fired, and I interviewed them to get their story out there, and that's the video that doesn't perform as well,
Right.
and that's the sad
Yeah,
truth of those
nobody
kinds of
wants to
things, is
see
that
that.
those
Thank
kind of
you.
videos don't perform as well as a cop trying to take your camera from your hand. You know what I mean? But
LIA, I've got quite a few cops in my area that have fed me information about dirty cops, told
yeah,
me
me
which
too.
videos to go look for.
Right? Yeah.
And just last week, one of the cops who fed me the information about a police captain who stole someone's fentanyl and then overdosed on it, told me which videos to go request. They just found out that he was the one who snitched. I published that story like 6 months to a year ago. They just fired him last week.
Wow.
Said it was because he told the public or leaked information about
he leaked public information of wrongdoing.
Yeah,
right. And I have
no.
numerous.
And they even wrote it.
The good cops.
They even wrote that on his termination papers. I mean,
Well, I hope he sues.
He will.
Yeah,
and he'll likely be on the
will.
show soon too. So,
but what I've said is, and I've said this many times, is what do you call a good cop? Unemployed. And but when I find that 1%, and I've been building bridges with them because I get a lot of inside information from police officers, all the way from rank and file up to captains. And that Captain Raposo, I hope you all catch the video and catch the live stream and ask questions. And it's going to be 8 p.m. Eastern time this Wednesday. And everything and all my conversations with him, I have not seen one bullshit bone in his body, excuse my French, that he does seem sincere.
That's heavy talk, bro, Leroy. That's heavy talk, bro.
That's as far as I go. That's as far as I go. That kind of slipped out, actually. But one thought I want to
James, you see what happened? He was like, "Yeah, this guy's cool." This Sam next day, but James on the choke the shit out that dude, bro.
But one thought I want to leave you all with, and I got to eat dinner. I'm starving. Is that what if none of us existed? Like tonight at midnight, boom, we're all gone. We're the last defense against tyranny. Like really, what? Who else is doing any type of work in mass?
Yeah.
It's the good cops.
Millions of people watching collectively what we do.
It's the good cops.
There are some good journalists out
A
there.
lot more
too.
people than you know.
Especially
here in Florida.
There's a lot of good mainstream journalists out there as well. Matt Caron. There's the problem with the mainstream media, and that's the problem with the corporate media, is that these journalists, the street journalists and the reporters, they don't get to work on the stories they want to work on, or even if they do work on them, they get shot down by the editor for political reasons, or you're painting, and there's a lot of division.
Absolutely.
and they have bosses that they have. That's the beauty of our channels. James Freeman, nobody can tell him what he's going to post. Nobody can tell. Yeah, nobody can tell me what I'm going to post or what I'm going to talk
Judge
about.
Mercedes can.
It ain't working well for her.
And how long we can work on a story. That's why my channel is shifted to I'm mission based with a story. And
or how long, how long you can investigate a story.
You can fall on forever, right?
Or I don't even use the words allegedly or anything, because let a cop sue me. I would love to get him in a deposition. I don't care. Like if I think he did it, I'm gonna say he did it. And at the end of the day, no boss is like, no boss is telling me, hey Sean, you got to use allegedly, and or that the video where it was so funny, the Fox video, the Fox
falsifying the report right in front of each other,
right? The Fox
covering each other, that has to stop, man.
Right, the Fox 61 video where the guy punched him, where the cop punched him, the guy in the face through the road rage incident that I covered. The Fox News video, the title of the video is "Off-Duty Cop Appears to Punch Civilian in the Face." Appears to punch, and again, that's the corporate world, that's the corporate news media world. Appears to punch. No, he punched him in the fucking face.
My title, I did a story said punches in the face. I don't.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, exactly. My title is punched because that's what he did. It's clear.
So when they hire, it's a hiring problem, not a training problem. When they hire a 19-year-old sociopath like that guy when he first got his badge, they cover for him the rest of his life. That shield covers him, no matter who he is. And if they do something really bad where they get caught super red-handed, then they act like, oh, yeah, no, we didn't want that guy in our ranks. Get out of here. Yeah, you got caught. That's the only reason. Just don't get caught if you're a cop. Is their
right? You're right on.
Motto.
All right, I gotta run, everyone. I encourage everyone to also subscribe to Raya Hoot Serious Audits. He supports a lot of us, and been in a lot of contact with him. And also, God bless you all. It's a privilege to spend some time with you all, and thanks for what you all do.
I'll see you soon, Leroy.
See you, Leroy. Hey, text me later, bro.
I will. Good to see you, Chris.
Yeah.
Okay.
And as
I
Leroy,
think
Leroy leaves, we got we got DMA Cup in here, and we're going to ask him the same question we ask everybody. And the two questions we have is, number one, what auditors, activists put you in the game, made you start, picked up a camera, I'm in, got to do it. And then the follow-up question is, who's the first auditor or channel that gave you, coverage and got you some traction?
I would say the first person that really got me into this was Adam Kokesh. So you guys know I talk about Adam Kokesh all the time, but he's not an auditor. He's he's a civil liberties activist. He's a libertarian, like James Freeman is, and basically, like I just like he says, like the first people that are going to be attracted to the message of liberty aren't the people that the system treat well, right? It's the misfits and the punks. So like people like me, they got in trouble, and you get to see, like you get the short end of the stick firsthand when it comes to government. So he really struck a chord with me. And so like I started watching his stuff, like just, binge watching it. And then that kind of like the algorithm just led me into audits. And I think the first audit I ever saw, I don't know what the audit was, but the channel was James Freeman. And I was like blown away. I was like, oh my God, dude, people talk to cops like this? This is crazy, right? And so I was just hooked, man. I was watching every single one of his videos. And then like from there, I think it was like Johnny 5-0 and High Desert. And they were really big influences. I had like my little, like, this is like, 3-4 years ago, I had my like little group of people that I watched. And then I was like, this Bay Area transparency guy kept coming up, and I was like, I don't want to watch this guy. Like, I got my little group that I watch, right? And so finally, I just clicked on one of his videos, and then I was just hooked, man. And so I binge watched all his.
It sounded like you watched for a while before you jumped in the waters. Then.
Yeah, a while. I started like with the Adam Kokesh stuff in like 2012, and then the audit stuff came like maybe a few years.
So
later
I gotta ask, did something make you jump in at that moment? Right? If you ain't made that action all that time, why now? Why then?
Oh, right. Well, actually, literally, that's a good question, man. Because literally, like I was an electrician, and I was having like some really bad like mental health problems. So I took like some time off work, and I was getting like I had insurance for it, so I was getting paid for that. And then it was time to go back to work, and I was really working on my spirituality. I got my spiritual channel too. It's called Empirical Miracle, and I was really focusing on being present. And like all of a sudden, like the universe just made this shift for me, and it was like. Because like the stuff that I practice and I study is consciousness, right? And like the knowing is to the soul as understanding is to the mind. And so I was really in this like knowing mentality. And like I just knew that I didn't want to go back to work. I was like, man, I can't go back to work and be an electrician. It's just I don't want to do it. I didn't really like it. I kind of like got forced into construction, right? So I just said, I'm gonna try something else, man. I'm gonna go do some audits, I guess. Screw it. I just went and I just kind of happened. The first one I think was like the park ranger video, and some people really don't like it, but a lot of people do like it. So I just pulled my camera out. She approached me because I didn't have my dog Minnie, 4 pounds on a leash. We were the only ones in the whole park, and it was only like a 2-minute video. And then I published it. I made a channel. I published it, and like had some views, and then like. All of a sudden, they started getting like thousands of views, and talk about the first person to showcase you. Actually, Cameras Everywhere showcased me. I didn't even know who Cameras Everywhere was. People like Cameras Everywhere sent me. I was like checking out Cameras Everywhere. I was like, oh, I remember this guy. I was already subscribed to him. And so that's kind of the first person. And then like I think San Joaquin was the second one, and that like really kind of like got my channel going. I got like thousands of subscribers from him, and it was just like it was very inspiring to keep doing it. You know what I mean? Like these people that I've been watching and like looking up to all this time, and then all of a sudden now I'm like part of it. Like even just being up here with you guys, man. Like it's just so that's pretty much my story.
How old is your channel?
It's 2.5 years old.
2.5.
Yeah.
Like 5 years in, and I still fucking like a kid in this motherfucker, right?
Yeah.
I was actually shocked. I was actually shocked when I found out.
Talk.
I was actually shocked when I found out how old Joe Cool really is.
Yeah, he's like 40, huh?
2 years old.
42.
He's like 40, maybe 41. He's an old ass dude.
72 years old.
What?
72? Nobody believes me. What the fuck?
I don't believe you.
I didn't really think you were 40, but
I gotta see. I'm gonna need to
we need to see some ID. We need to see some ID.
I need
Joe.
to see some ID, man. That's why you don't give up your ID, bro. That's exactly why you don't give it up.
I was talking to Joe afterwards, and I was like, "How old are you?" And he's like, 72. Man. I'm like, "No fucking way, no."
I won't believe it till I see it.
We need an ID check.
Tell everybody,
Okay.
bro.
Joe, how many blunts have you smoked in those 72 years, man?
Oh my! I was thinking, when have I taken a day off? Just out of guilt, I want to take a day off. Right? It's not. I haven't even considered it. So,
how many Bic lighters have you been through in your?
Oh my God!
Joe Cool taught my son how to play table tennis, or as the Chinese call it, ping pong.
I think the only other person we got in here that we didn't ask that question to would be Angry Vet.
I was wondering if we asked him. Yeah.
Angry Vet, what is the channel or reason that you jumped into and opened up a channel of your own?
What's up?
Because he was mad.
Because I was angry, motherfucker. No, seriously, I was watching 1A videos prior to it even happening to me. And I wasn't in the game or anything like that. I didn't have the balls to be going and doing this shit.
Yeah.
And I cut my teeth on actually my first video that I saw was one of Long Island Audit's videos, and then I started watching Against and Press that back when he was doing post offices and stuff like that. And then and then it fucking happened. Like the VA like totally screwed me, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe if I record them, they'll get their shit together, and I'll get the fucking care that I need. And all fucking hell broke loose. And then I started recording all my interactions with government agencies, all the way from the MVA to the emissions, and those videos were just fucking nuts.
I was about to ask you, how'd that go? They weren't very accepting, I imagine.
No, nobody was excited. Like everybody that I racked up 4 arrests in less than 10 months.
Damn, bro.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's not
emissions in Maryland.
Huh?
You have to pay for emissions in your car in Maryland.
Yeah,
we got rid of that shit in Florida because we were just bribing people. Why don't you just bribe somebody?
Those days are gone. We used to be able to just get inspection stickers whenever we wanted to. We could just buy them, yada yada yada. Those days
we can all
back down on everything.
If we can all realistically compromise and just have armed thugs come to our doors every month and just shake us down for a couple $100 and not do all these tickets.
No, right. They want us to bring it to them.
Not all
They're
this
elite. They're not
That should be like Mexico, where they just like give us $50 and move on.
And then I think everybody found me through Rogue Nation. I think was the first one to share my missions video.
Right
on, and then San Joaquin.
Oh shit! I'm one of those guys that do those emission inspections here in New York.
SJVT shared the first arrest. How my channel grew. So
those emissions
VA based.
Those emission videos, like there's an emissions place down the street that I've been wanting to do, and I didn't know that you had done emission videos before, but this one here is in Sheridan, so that's kind of why I haven't done it yet. I'm waiting for a good time where I don't have
one of my craziest videos was the emissions video. I think it's called Good Cop, Bad Cop, and it's fucking nuts. Like,
well, the thing I never realized about emissions is like, you think about how many people are driving from their house to the emissions place, and then they get in line and they go through the emissions and they rev the motor loud, like, creating all these emissions. Like, how much are you actually preventing emissions from being on there? Like, if somebody buys a car brand new, the car already passes emissions, and like over many years, eventually could not. But like, think of all the times that they're like after your car's 7 years old, it has to go through emissions. Like, is that really like saving anything, or is it really just a way for them to like, create more government spending? And
and here in Florida, it was such a farce. I remember taking a 1970 Volkswagen Beetle through that shit.
Well, then
It's
they
just
got like
another
gas
cash
cap,
grab.
like your gas cap's loose. That doesn't pass
That'll
emissions.
do it.
Check engine
Yeah.
light, you can't pass emissions. Like has nothing to do with actual emissions. It's just more government trying to be in control of every aspect of our
Yeah.
lives. Like who cares?
100%.
I mean, to be honest, a gas cap, a loose gas cap does emissions. I mean, you're escaping fuel fumes into the air, but
Yeah, but how much? And like how much? Is that really a legitimate issue?
No.
You know what I mean?
hey, my
And-
shop makes a lot of money off this check engine light.
My check engine light's been on for like 12
That's it. No more emission talk is authorized on the channel. No.
Just
Hey,
disconnect
one thing
your
I'll say
battery.
about all this talk about starting channels and that, and there's a saying that's teach a man to, or give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, you feed him for a life. But there's one out there that I like to talk in this auditing community is teach a man his rights, but teach a man how to do his rights. Meaning like James Freeman, you see how many people you've spun off in this community just on this panel today, and how many other auditors. I mean, I think it's great that, and we should all help like Direct D out there sharing people's videos. I think it's important that some of us larger channels that we help grow other channels, because more accountability out there is the better. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
I
I'm
say,
gonna start
you
doing
teach a
that.
man how to fish. But if you teach a man how to teach a man how to fish, and that's kind of what we do out here, is when we're out here teaching people their rights. But when we teach somebody and they spin off and they start their own channel, this is how the movement gets bigger and bigger, and I think it's important.
We started that in Vietnam, force multiplication, but it kind of worked.
You say force? Oh, force. I thought you said force. Force multiplication. All right, force multiplication.
So
I just made my first review video on Wanda Mice just a couple days ago.
Is that Mickey Mouse wife or something? Wanda Mice?
Wanda Mice. Yeah, go check out that arrest. Holy cow, that's disgusting.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that one.
Mm.
It's a dude, not a woman, right?
Yeah.
A dude named Wanda.
Yeah. I thought it was a girl too at first when
Surprised he didn't end up as a cop.
Oh, he was always like in
life.
my chats. He was always in my chats going, "Hey, support girl." And I called him a girl once. I was like, "Oh,
what do you mean? What are you
like
talking about?" Was he like that?
Somebody's like, "TAV, that's a dude," and I'm like, "Oh shit, my bad."
Yeah, he's in the chat right now.
Yeah, he's in the chat.
And I always thought he was a girl too.
He's fam.
Why would you think
he's definitely fam?
I can't believe you just gendered him.
I assumed his gender.
I did. I misgendered
What's wrong with
him.
me? It's 2024.
James Freeman was like, "I'm out of here." I'm not even doing that shit.
I'm looking. I'm like, who the heck just dropped out? I'm just looking at both screens. I'm trying to figure it out.
So, hey, man, I want to say, because I haven't said on the record yet officially, congratulations, Mr. Erie County, on your 100,000, bro.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and you did.
And you got the plaque, and you got to rub it in me and Rogue Nation's face like that.
And he didn't need to steal any oranges to get it.
And he didn't even pay for one subscriber.
Nope.
I'm not rubbing it in,
keep
guys.
my mouth shut.
And Joe Cool, I never congratulated you either, bro, on your 100,000, man. So congratulations.
Congratulations.
I would
One
assume
day-
I
Thank you, guys.
congratulated
I
you.
couldn't have done with all you
by
guys.
way,
without
but
And
all you guys.
LIA too, but LIA, you've been, 100,000.
Yeah, you
Just
congratulate
before I
him
even
on
started a
his
channel, you're
500,000 or something.
Working on $1 million now.
Right, it's just-
You're working on that
gold
gold. Gold.
Going
He's
for
gonna
the
be
gold.
rubbing it in a gold plaque.
Yeah, I got a question for LIA. I need to bust LIA's balls.
Go ahead. Bro.
Oh, here we
Hey, hey, LIA. Who paid for the Knicks tickets?
go. I paid for me and my son, and he paid for himself. Why would I ever pay for anybody else's ticket?
I'm just curious.
That doesn't make any sense.
Hey, Chris. The police chief of Aurora. I know you said that's more KDOT thing, DJ KDOT. But I saw his video on it, and he was just like laughing that the chief resigned. One of my things that I've been saying is like these people know that they can't really change this fucked up system. You said it yourself, LIA, that the system is fucked up. Good men sign on to do that thing, and they just have to fucking tough it out in this fucked up system so they can make that pension. And they look out for each other's pension. That's that blue line, is each other's pension. Make sure that they do that. Whatever lip service they give you about making an actual change is bullshit, man. Art Acevedo. Exactly, John DeNicola. Art Acevedo was the police chief in Houston when the Tuttles got killed. He was a CHP in California before that. He became the Miami police chief, and he called them out for being a Miami mafia, and they are. And Joe Carollo, Billy Corbin has been exposing him. If you look up Billy Corbin on Instagram or on Twitter, you could see that whole battle with the banana republic that is Miami politics. It's crazy. He left there and he dropped his badge there to go to Aurora, where God knows they need their help, right, Chris?
Right.
Isn't it horrible there, bro? You and I and Chris and Joe, we all three of us went to the Aurora PD, and their captain came out, and he was horrible. He was awful.
He was right here and
captain.
condescending, and he wouldn't give us the lady's name, and then he told us, "Oh, you guys are just here to start a confrontation," like the typical stuff,
That's the agency that killed Elijah McClain. That's the agency whose idiot cop drew down on a guy who owned the building where he was getting Boy Scout camping equipment ready for the next day in his own parking lot. The cop was illegally there and drew down on the owner of the building. Did you see that? It was an Indian doctor, I believe.
I got thinking of a different one. If he was in the car, I didn't see the camping shit, but yes, he was like, "This is my fucking building."
The mass shooting in the movie theater, and then they caught the kid that was like dead to rights. The kid who did it, like, yeah, I don't know, man. That place sucks. And
Just to follow up on what you said about they're stuck in this horrible system, and that they're not gonna because of the pensions they're not gonna do anything good. Like I said, I've seen officers, and James Freeman has received tips from officers. I've received tips from officers on where to go and different things to request. Sergeant Bannock, Sergeant Bannock, he came on my channel a while ago, and that was when we did the First Amendment training in Hubbard, Ohio. Excuse me. He specifically called out. I'm sure you're familiar with. I hope you're familiar with Sergeant Brian Fahey, the psycho in Connecticut, the state trooper in Connecticut.
Savage.
One of probably the officer that I dislike the most. I don't care about enough. I don't care about any of them enough to hate them. But
it's
the officer that I he called him out on camera. He called him out. Connecticut's worse, but he called him out on camera when he's reading the internal affairs report, and he's like on in the training to his department, and it was a co-training that we did, and he's reading the internal affairs report where he's saying, "Oh, I thought in my training and experience bullshit," where he's like, "Oh, I thought his camera was a gun," and he's like, total crap, and he's directly calling out maybe not somebody in his department, but he's directly calling out another law enforcement officer, which is another big no-no you don't do.
Yes.
How much backlash has he faced? Even just associating with someone like me, even a cop just associating with someone like me, or coming on the video, or they come and respond to a call and they say, "I'm a fan of your channel." I've had federal police officers that say, "Hey, I was watching your video. I was with my partner, and I was watching your video, and he gave me a whole bunch of bullshit." And he was like, "What are you doing watching that guy's video?" I've had NYPD officers that are in the academy saying that they show my video. We're actually, my attorneys are FOIA requesting that to see if we can get that. They show my videos in the NYPD academy to say this guy's the Brooklyn stuff that's been going on, and they're like, "This is what you need to prepare against. This guy's an asshole." So they're training them right from the beginning.
I had a cop tell me that my video circulated in his department showing the cop behaving badly and saying, "Hey, this is what not to do," because it was a very organic situation. Eyes on the State and I were up on our way to Clearwater, and we saw the Largo PD where I used to live, Largo, where I don't like to shit where I eat, but I am currently suing them, obligated. On our way, we saw them harassing some homeless people, and it turned into a fucking ridiculous show where they they called the what do you call it, the paramedics as if they were there to help them before the camera showed up. No, that only happened afterwards, and it was obvious, and they wouldn't call their supervisor. And
I have another question for LIA, and this is a serious one this time.
Oh, sorry, perceived authority. Fuck you very much.
What do you tell? What do we, as a community, tell the people like myself that have absolutely zero reason to like a cop or have ever met a good cop? What do you tell those people?
Well, I would say that we're all people, right? Cops are people, just like, we're all people. We are all human beings that were, we're on this planet all together. We're all human beings. There's going to be, there are some, again, and I'll say it again. I always get, but we're not the thin blue line here. At least we're not supposed to be. And this is why, this is when I told James Freeman, when I started auditing, I wanted to be myself. I wanted to just focus on who I was as a person, and I didn't want to mimic anybody. I've watched First Amendment audits for years before I started, and I didn't want to be anybody else. I just wanted to be Sean Paul Reyes. But everybody's entitled to their opinion of me, and they can have it, and that's fine. But there's auditors out there, right? First Amendment auditors that I don't agree with, that I think are 100% trying to harass civilians, trying to harass police officers. It might be your right to harass a police officer. It might be your right to curse him out and say whatever you want to say, and suck my dick, blah 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 blah. Whatever you want to say to them, you can do that. That's fine. But if you're really trying to, that's your right, and I support your right 100%. But what we're trying to accomplish, there's people in this chat right now that are diehard First Amendment, auditor, supporters, and no matter what happens, I'm not going to name any names, no matter who says what to a cop or no matter how they say it, they're going to support. We're trying, at least I am trying, to get people from that I've gotten emails like, hey, I used to think you guys only harass people, and then I've watched some of your videos, and now I've come and I've watched more videos, and I understand the purpose behind it. We got to bring more, and I think that's what I've accomplished, and I'm proud of that fact that I brought people that have not necessarily supported First Amendment auditors, but now they do because they see that it's not just about cursing, and it's not just about telling the cop to kick rocks and suck my whatever and do this and you're a pig.
You talking about me, bro?
No,
Good.
I'm
Okay.
not talking about you, Joe. Or you're a pig and this and that. Like that's fine. And again, I have my own criticisms of people. But to answer your question directly, I would say that there are good cops. There has to be good cops because there's good people. I've seen good cops. Like I've said, the system in and of itself, it's a systematic evil system that has perpetrated people's rights being violated since the birth of the United States, right? It's a problem that it's the solution to
two
it.
things. Your best argument tonight, and I think you converted me is if a cop is turning in other cops and calling other cops out, I gotta support that. Gotta get behind that. At least
Right,
I think.
and as you know, Joe Cool, there are cops that one, Matt Thornton. There's others that have shown videos of cops. This is not what you do. That's progress. I see that as progress. And again, the system isn't perfect. I mean, it's never gonna be perfect, and we're never gonna get to a place where all cops are like the best cops in the world. Their job is designed to fuck you over and
That's
give
the
you
other part
tickets
of the
and
argument.
take your
That's my
money
problem.
and to put
Any
you in a jail
motherfucker
cell.
in that job, outside of that guy you just mentioned, those guys, yes, it seems like if they quit, there is no shit. If they stop doing that shit, there is no system to do this shit. So I can't fucking excuse them. It just seems like it's an impossible task.
Because
Right,
it's
and
just
the other thing we highlight bad
guy.
cops
The
and we
guy is
expose
just
bad
doing
cops.
public relations. He works as a school resource officer. It's in his heart. God put it in his heart, and that's wonderful. But look where they placed him. Just like my old co-host Rob Farlow, who was a corrections officer at Coleman. He was a federal correction officer. Spent 20 years in the Navy as a MP dog handler. And he said on the first day, hey, if anybody breaks the rules in front of me, I'm going to report you, whether it's a prisoner or a fellow guard. And nobody did, but they put him to patrol the fence.
Well, that was a mistake.
To
He
do
probably
something.
should have just
You said
reported.
that was a mistake.
He probably should have just reported the bad behavior he saw instead of announcing it to the world. But listen,
I mean,
hey, I'm gonna snitch on you if you do anything bad in front of me. It kind of defeats the purpose. But listen,
Right.
Matt worked on the streets for 20
I think
years.
it's more honorable to set it up from up front.
Do it again.
No, because it's already rights.
I'm not going to
already
be part of your
implied.
thing, so don't approach me. Because people get approached. Hey, you're going to be on the tape.
Yeah,
with
and then
us, right?
you should blow the whistle on them and report them. But the thing is that it should be, and that's the problem. You shouldn't have to announce that you're going to honor your oath to the Constitution and defend people. It should be implied that you're going to honor your oath and report corruption and report tyranny. That should be an expected.
My point is that those guys get put to patrol the perimeter like Rob Farlow did. Whenever they wanted to do something inside that prison, he'd be in a truck around the fence. You know. So
Let me.
I mean, again, the system is that guy bad.
That's my point.
So is Rob Farlow is that a bad?
Loquitur.
Is he a
You're
bad?
right,
Is he a bad individual? Is he a bad individual
Matt Thornton
person?
is a school resource officer.
Matt Thornton
He's shaping
chose to
young
be,
minds, and I love that.
He
I
chose,
love that.
but he chose that because
how much of it is propaganda?
He chose.
Hold on, yeah, I can't hear two people at once.
He chose he chose to do
Can
that.
he be a good guy? He chose that fucking shit. They punished him for it. He accepted him. It's feasible, at least, that he is a good guy trying to do the job.
I want to. Let me jump in here, guys. I want to respond to Long Island audits. You made a bunch of points, a couple of good ones. So as far as you saying that I don't agree with some auditors, I'm with you on that. There are some auditors, of course, I'm not going to say names, that I feel like really are like what the trolls say, that like antagonize people and stuff like that.
Of course,
and I don't agree with that. But you said that like, oh well, you're saying suck my this and that and F you and stuff like that. Like we don't need to do that. Well, here's the thing is that like, and like a lot of people when I very first started, they used to compare me to you, man, because I was very, calm.
I've gotten
and
a lot of
respectful,
emails about you.
And then like, yeah.
Hey, this
and then as I
imitating you.
I was just being me, like, and really
it.
what happened though was that I started getting comfortable and more confident, and like I kept getting assaulted and people putting their hands on me, and like it got to the point where I became more confident in my abilities, right? And it's like now it's like you get what you give with me, and I'm always respectful in the beginning, but the thing is that you got to keep in mind is that respectful speech doesn't need to be protected. Offensive speech does. And that's part of what we're striving for. So when a police officer is violating your rights and somebody says, hey, suck my this, that, and the other thing, F you got to keep in mind that there's more than one way to skin a cat. And that Lackluster even said, Lackluster himself said that there has to be a Long Island audit and a High Desert Community Watch. Like there has to be kind of a balance.
I think you missed my point.
You got to stress the system to test the
right.
system.
No, listen,
he has a good point.
Joe, DMA.
Who does not.
He muted himself or somebody. I don't know what happened. But listen, DMA and Joe, in what I said I fully support people's rights to talk the way they want to their government officials. I don't, condemn them for it. I fully support their First Amendment right to address.
Do you agree
government.
It serves a purpose, or at least possible? That guy out there saying "suck the dick." That's when you get the true test of the
Listen,
true time.
If a cop is violating your rights, 100% feel free to do whatever you choose to do, but don't. I feel like a lot of people.
I can't stomach that shit either. I don't know.
Right? No, listen. If a cop's violating your rights, I use the word tyrant. I call him a tyrant. I call him a coward. I'll use other words that would, I'm not just nice to the cops. I'm not just nice to the cops. I've called them a coward. You wouldn't do that with your gun and badge on. When a cop violates my rights or puts his hands on me, I let him have it. Maybe not in the suck my whatever in a kind of way, or you're a pig and all those other things. But I let him have it, and if he violates my rights. But there's some people that just have an automatic animosity towards every single police officer.
Big die, fuck you and your mom.
Let me hop in, guys. Let me hop in real quick. Let me hop in here real quick and say something. I think the point that Long Island's trying to make, and it's a point that I make, and it's a point that I feel very strongly about, is that what we're trying to do, like, there's people out here are trying to entertain, right? And there's people out here are legitimately putting their life in the risk, and they're trying to change the system. And the point that I think Sean tried to make, and the point that I would agree with Sean in this, is that it is easy peasy to make a cop hater hate the cops. All right, I could do that without even making a video. Right, I could just say the cops suck, and they're like, yeah, they suck. And I'm telling you what, when that cop's violating your rights, and you can calmly say, sir, you're violating my rights. You took an oath, and you can calmly do that, and you can out-professional the professional peacekeeper. Now you're reaching to the other side of the aisle, to them cop lovers, those bootlickers, right? You're taking that side of the aisle on your side, and then when you go in front of a judge, who's gonna say nothing? Like, I mean, like when you're getting violated, and you tell that cop to suck your dick, and you tell him to fuck off, and you start calling him a pig, right? Number one, you're not going to get the respect from the judge, because the judge is only going to see that, right? The point in staying professional, and the point in that, I think, is the very fact that you're going to get both sides of the aisle on your side, and there's no excusing a cop violating your rights.
Do you agree?
When you are
do you agree
staying
you need
professional?
both? I'm
Yeah, but here's the thing.
And one more thing about
that's true, and that's true, and we all can't
Hold on,
be
let
the
me
same.
ask Erie. Do you agree you need both sides? Do you need a guy who says suck your dick too? I didn't know where you stood on that.
I feel those guys are counterproductive, because
Woo!
number one, I put my life on the risk for this, and then all these people see is that. So when I'm out there doing it professionally, and then there's these other guys that are just off the hook with their voices right away, the problem is that they're discrediting what we're trying to accomplish. So no, we're not all connected, but in a way we are. Like, that's why I think it's also important to call out other auditors.
People like you, and that's why we have people like Long Island Audit. We have those people, and those people are important. I think those probably are the people that are the most important. But to say that we can't, that the people that are saying, disrespectful things right out the gate, that they're actually damaging the movement, I totally disagree with that, because this is speech that we need protected as well, and they need to understand that. So there has to be a balance.
Judge needs to respect that. Not
yes.
we need.
Yeah, don't blame the auditor. What you're doing when you're blaming the auditor is you're blaming the victim.
Does.
Oh, well, you could have asked, like, you have the right to say fuck, but you're not. But you shouldn't do it because it's hurting the movement. That's not advocating.
I don't agree that it's hurting. I don't agree. Listen, I don't agree that it's. I don't agree that it hurts the movement. But what I would say, and I think Dan was about to touch on this, is that there's so many people who look up to us, right? However many subscribers each of us has, there's hundreds of thousands of people, millions with all of us combined, of people that look up to us, right? And they look to us as a role model. And these people don't necessarily have the resources that we all do, the channels that we all do, the reach that we all do. And when you're automatically going off on cops, and you're fueling that hatred of people, you're fueling the hatred of cops of cops to people. And then they go out and imitate what you're trying to do, because they think you're super cool and it's the right thing to do, and I have the right to curse out the cops. Which again,
for clowns,
but listen,
fucking up.
But listen, no, but listen. So I agree, you do have the right to do it, and 100% automatic, without unequivocally support the right to use foul language and because it's your right to do that against your government. Again, I just think that as role models, role models, no, I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it. I'm saying that I wouldn't do it, and because as a role model, there's people might follow in my footsteps, and then they don't have the resources to hire a $10,000 attorney, a $20,000 attorney, and fight the case all the way to the end, and they're going to get their ass locked up. Let me finish. And they're going to get their ass locked up. And they're going to be sitting in a jail. I don't want anybody sitting in a jail cell. Whether you're right or wrong, why would I want you sitting in a jail cell? Yeah, you were right to call that cop a stupid fucking pig. Right,
how are we
going to
fix that if we're not able to
in
do
the
it,
jail
though?
cell.
If you're just going to say, hey, we have the right to say fuck, but we can't say it because you'll be in a jail cell, how are you going to change anything?
Don't rock the boat.
It's not about rocking. It's not about rocking the boat. It's about there are and listen, there are channels that do that, and that's fine. I have no problem with them, and they can do that all. Like I said, I support them in what they do. I've said that in front of police officers when I do my First Amendment trainings in front of departments. I've said I don't conduct myself this way, but I fully support the auditors that do, because
then support them. And then if they
because
decide
that's
to
their
conduct
right.
themselves in that way, then don't like we shouldn't say that's hurting the movement. Like
I didn't say
and
that.
I think that the way you do it is amazing. You've done a lot of great stuff, like more than
You,
most. And
yeah, you
I think
reach
it's
people
important the way
with
you
your
do it, and I
approach,
respect that.
definitely.
But the way other people do it doesn't mean that that's the wrong way. That is needed as well. It's needed for people to say
If I
F
could
you,
say
this,
a
that,
little
and
story,
the thing is, we can't blame the auditors. Well, you have the right to do it, but you shouldn't, because then you'll end up in jail. Like, no, we need the public
Really quick, I
employees,
just
the
want to
judges, the
make it
district
clear.
attorneys to say, hey, no, there's nothing we can do. We
I
honor
want to
our
make it
oath.
clear, DMA. I want to make it really clear. If that's what it sounds like I'm saying, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm
That's
not
the way I'm
saying that at all.
perceiving it.
I'm
Okay.
saying that they have a First Amendment right, an unequivocal First Amendment right to do what they're doing. Me personally, I don't do that, and anybody can do what they want, and they do. You know, you're gonna do what you want. The Angry Vet's gonna do what he wants. Wright's gonna do what he wants. Erie's gonna do what he wants. Everybody's gonna do what they want. Everybody's responsible for their own actions, and if you have a right to do it, I fully support that right to do it. I don't think you're hurting the movement. I just think that in order to bring people to the other side, again, for me, I'm trying to bring other people from who are, you'll never get the full on boot throat, licking and sucking the whole throat, deep throating the boot people to come on your side, never, right? But the people that are on the fence, you might be able to say, hey, listen, I'm all for government transparency, I'm all for accountability.
Yeah.
we can't argue that.
I live in a small bootlicking town. I get what you're saying. I have to ride that fence here.
I don't cuss. I don't cuss
hey,
at the
look
cops.
at all my videos, and you won't see me being antagonistic and trying to do. I appreciate those who do, though. You have to find the guy who doesn't merit that badge.
I don't cuss at the cops because
they won't. You won't be
because it's
seen
my
if
right.
they're not tested. I'm sorry, Randy. But
I mean, I'm not saying either that I don't think that that's constitutionally protected speech, because I've done it myself. I've been there where a cop said to me, he closed the door on a SWAT truck at the Erie County Fair, and I'm trying to take pictures of the inside. They just don't want me taking pictures of the inside because they're little bitches, all right? And he shuts the door and he says, is there anything else I can help you with? I'm like, yeah. Why are you guys being such little bitches? And he's like, I'm going to advise you not to swear. And I turn around and calmly, I'm just like, what do you mean? Like shit, fart, fuck? And, and I'll say swear words, but like, I'm not saying that it's not necessary and it's not legal. But when certain people are in the field trying to
people that are passionate about it, that aren't doing it because it's their right to cuss at the fucking cops, but are doing it because they're so goddamn pissed off that their rights are being violated, that it just fucking comes out of their head.
them? They need to curb.
What I would say to that is the system needs to be fixed in the point of the matter of what we're trying to do before they can be like, all right, that guy who's pissed wants to tell the cop to fuck off in his face. It may cost him $20,000 in appeals before that's constitutional right. But if we can fix that through professionalism to the point where it's normal, then when the guy gets pissed off, they don't even think about pulling them charges.
Listen, cursing at a cop is already protected. There's nobody that's been. I think this point is, it's not a valid point because, you say we need people over there to, curse at cops so that way, it's protected. Cursing at the cops has already went all the way to the Supreme Court and has been held as protected speech.
There's a guy in Spokane, Washington, who's fighting that charge right now.
And
I went to jail for telling a chick to suck my dick.
But at the end of the day,
his lawyers don't think
if you
so.
fight it, you will win.
His
That's
lawyers
the
are
whole point.
bootlickers.
Is that's the whole point.
Let me know when I can jump in, guys.
Cursing at the cops.
Go for it, bro.
You can go right. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Okay. All interesting points made here, guys. I just want to bring up a couple other points real quick. One is that there is no handbook on how to exercise our rights, right? So at the end of the day, every man is free to exercise his rights however he sees fit. Okay, whether we like it or not doesn't matter. I don't care for the way Westboro Baptist Church exercises its freedom of speech, but I also understand that I have to protect it, right?
I think we all agree on that.
So there is no handbook for that. Some of us choose to go the calmer route. Some people choose to go a different route. That's fine and dandy, right? The only hurt that it does to the community is when bootlickers generalize us like a lot of us generalize cops, right?
Okay.
Because, you know, Angry Vet says he's never met an angry cop or he's never met a good cop. Angry Vet, you're 0.0000001% of the cops in the United States that you've actually met is not a good enough sample size to say that all cops are bad, right? Just like if I know, let's say, 3 guys in my, you know, the state of Florida, and they don't like to work, I shouldn't go around saying everybody in Florida is lazy, right? Because that's not a good enough sample size.
Yeah, but does that mean I shouldn't? Does that mean that I should give them the chance to fuck me, or because I'm at the level where I don't trust a single one until they give me a reason to, and none of them have given me a reason to yet.
Right, but you say you haven't given them a chance. I mean, you know, here's the thing. When I first started, I thought, you know, all cops were bad as well, and then I started getting emails from cops, right? So a story I worked on up in Alabama, where a cop that had child porn on his computer got fired, and then was hired into another department. That was brought to me by a 3rd-generation retired state trooper, right? His whole family were cops for 100 years, right? And he called me up and said, listen, I've tried to fight the corruption here and I need help, right? And so he sent me up there and I ended up getting that guy removed along with the chief that had hired him and acted like an idiot on camera, said, well, that guy was hired before I got here. Like that was an excuse to not check out your employee because you didn't hire him, right?
Didn't you say a retired cop gave you that?
Yeah, a retired cop gave me that.
I don't know how many cool points he
sent
for
me
that,
the
right?
paperwork. See, because what had happened at the guy's old department is the chief had wanted the guy fired, right? But the city council didn't want him to fire because they didn't want that bad PR, right? So they just ended up letting him go, right? And so I've got the actual document from that hearing, right? He sent it to me. So it's irrefutable proof that the guy had child porn on his computer. Right. And then the guy just went like a county or 2 up the road and got a job as a cop in this retired cop's town. Right. And the cop called me up, you know, he emails me up.
I want to make sure you saw my point was that he was a retired cop. He had less to lose. I'm not going to give him too many points. Thank you. And I'm glad he did it. But it's easier for a retired cop than a current cop is where I was going.
Right. And I get tips from cops that are on the beat now, too, Joe. But what I'm saying is that we have to be open. Right now, because I don't put out the aura of all cops are bad. I actually have cops contacting me. Angry Vet, how many cops have contacted you?
Not a single one.
Do you think it might be because they don't want to contact you because you're just going to curse them out?
No, I think they don't contact me because I'm going to call them out.
Call them out for what? Contacting you about corruption in their department?
Well, I mean, if...
You see the point, Angry Vet. You're missing some opportunities. Is where
Angry Vet, I would like to tell you right now, dude, on the record here, that I agree 100% with what you say, bro. And let me explain. Okay, I agree. There is no such thing as a good cop. Now, I'm not saying that all cops are bad individuals, and I've said this before. There's tons of cops that are fine gentlemen and fine women. I've said before, my cousin is a police officer, and I love my cousin. I just would like him more if he quit his job. Now, here's the reason why there's no such thing as a good cop, okay? Because number one, there's two main reasons. Number one, just because you're whistleblowing on some other cop doesn't mean that you're a good cop. And I love Matt Thornton, and I've spoke with Matt Thornton. He might come up and do a panel with me, and he's going to let us, we're going to chop it up. I think he's great. I want to highlight him. But I don't think Matt Thornton's a good cop. And the reason is because how many unconstitutional laws are there?
Keep that energy, baby.
Okay?
Make sure you tell him that on the panel.
All cops, they swear an oath to the Constitution. It's just a formality to get the job. They don't even know the 5 freedoms in the First Amendment. Clearly, we've all seen that.
That's a proven fact.
They enforce laws they enforce orders without question. They enforce unconstitutional laws. And not only that, even take Matt Thornton, great guy. I think he's freaking awesome. I've said that publicly a bunch of times. all cops don't start off as a detective, Matt Thornton, solving real crimes, do they? They start off at the bottom of a hill with their radar gun, pulling people over for victimless crimes, stealing money from them. That's not protecting anyone. They're creating conflict where otherwise there wouldn't be any. So again, to reiterate, not all cops are bad individuals,
Your
but the
problem is
very
with the
act of being a
laws,
police
not
officer by default makes you bad.
your
And that's
problem
my
is with the
opinion.
But what
legislators.
we're
Because Matt
hold
Thornton
on,
was
because
just
that's a great point, DMA, about them starting off. But what we have to understand is that there's a system of brainwashing in place in the country, in the whole world. But specifically, we're talking about the USA. There's a set brainwashing standard, okay, that makes them pulling people over for like you said, victimless crimes makes that seem okay, right?
Acceptable, agreed. Yeah.
So you know, let me ask you this: how many people on the panel think that the banks loan money?
They create money.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
so
a kind of a technicality in the question, right?
okay,
Create money.
99% of the American population, 99.9%, will tell you that banks loan money, right? They tell you they got a mortgage loan, they tell you they got a car loan, they tell you they've got a personal loan, and they're 100% sure that banks loan money. All right. And this is
Yes.
another aspect of brainwashing that has gone on in our community. Now, that doesn't make people bad because they're too stupid to research the banking industry, right?
Right. I hear where you're going.
It's just the process of the brainwashing. Now, we have to fight through that, and we're not going to fight through that by alienating people that are put off by our behavior, right? That's what he's trying to say. Again,
Like I agree.
with the all cops are.
totally
DMA, you're
agree.
talking
I'm
about
not. Look,
victimless
I'm
crimes,
all
right?
for changing myself. I started changing the way I do things after watching Inland Audit Media.
Yeah, I like them.
I'm changing, sure, and I'm
Very
not
good.
gonna curse as much as I do, but there's a passion in my heart
and that's fine. You're allowed to have
that
that.
fucking that makes me do that, and I'm sorry if I do it, but what are we doing if we're not challenging them? If I'm gonna trust a cop off the bat, off the jump, before not trusting him, then why am I working?
Though.
Why am I doing this if I do that?
But we're not
Can I get a better
Let me ask
question
you
first?
this.
Joe,
This is an honest question then. This is an honest question. Why should any cop not trust that you're a fucking criminal from the jump?
There you go.
No, that's not a fair question. Cops signed up. They agreed to rob you and shit, every one of them. He didn't sign up for shit, so it's not
I
equivalent.
didn't sign up to investigate them. But they did to me.
Well, that's our civic duty is to investigate our government. So we did kind of sign up for that by being citizens, right? We could always live in.
But now you're making yourself part of a collective, and a citizen by
this
definition
about
is
to
like
spin off.
subservient to the government. It's really like
James?
a slave. So like, and instead of being a member of a collective, like we're citizens and it's our duty, how about we be the alpha of our own life? That's what I want to do.
I'm gonna jump in real quick here and say what I think.
I don't even know what that means. But listen, I just want to say one thing. I just want to say one thing. When you're talking about a collective and you're saying that there's no good cops, DMA, and because they're all taking money from victimless crimes, I agree. I agree with that aspect of the victimless crimes and getting tickets. But when do we start as people, whether you want to call us citizens, people, alpha males, or whatever you want to say? When do we as alpha males, as you said, or alpha
I said
men,
alpha of my
female,
own life.
okay, where do we as alpha of our own lives take accountability for our own lives? What are those officers have the authority to take money from in a victimless crime because of why? Right? You're blaming the officer for doing the job that he got hired to do, but when are we going to take accountability for electing these people? When are we going to
I think you got to do both.
Let me,
man.
let, let me,
That's
let me finish,
very
Joe. Cool.
simple. That's very simple.
So when are we going to take accountability for the legislature that we as people elect that make these laws? The law is the law. They're electing they are, and you don't know, again, making general, it's very disingenuous to make a generalization about any group of people, even cops. You don't know if there's a
I
cop out
disagree.
there.
I expect
You
my
don't know if there's
mechanic to
you don't
have
know
a
if there's a
wrench.
cop out
There's
there.
nothing disingenuous
Yo, but
about
you don't
that.
know if there's a cop out there who's never wrote a ticket in his life. You just don't
Yeah,
know that.
it's just Are you serious? You
You
think
don't
all
know.
rookies?
No,
You
no,
think
no.
all rookies
There
have
are
never written
there are
a
cops,
ticket for
yeah.
victimless crime? I mean, dude, all of them
No,
have, man.
no,
To say
no.
that,
But
that's
again,
just
you're
crazy that you even say that.
but
But
you
here's the thing: you said,
you don't know. Cops
you
have
said
discretion.
you said, okay, a couple things. Number one, you said, well, it's not the cops' fault. They're doing the job that they were told to do.
I didn't say it's
And
not the
I'm
cops'
not
fault.
saying the cops are as bad as Nazis, but that's what the Nazis said. I'm just following orders, and it wasn't an excuse for them. Okay,
I'm not
and then
saying it's
so
I'm not saying it's
they're
not the
a
cops'
man
fault.
first,
Chris,
they're a
hang on,
man
time
first,
out,
and they're a
please.
cop second. That's the thing they got to keep in mind. And if somebody's
Chris.
telling me, hey, I'm going to pay you to go steal money from this person just because government told you to, and somebody's giving you a paycheck, and we say it's okay, that's being a member of a
So
collective, and that doesn't make you a good person.
you think in a society that
Location
people
and I were
could
in
go
Georgia.
for these victimless
Bro.
crimes, you think people could go 100 miles on a school zone and there should be no consequences for that?
No, but what I am saying, well, a couple things. Number one, if
that
there
would be a
was no
victim crime, right?
no speed limits, let me explain. Let me answer your question. If there was no such thing as a speed limit, do you think that there's going to be a bunch of people that are going to go 70 miles an hour in a school zone?
They do it now when there's
Exactly, and it's already illegal. So what's
Well,
going to make
then,
it? So what's the
what's
difference?
gonna
It's already
change?
by
illegal.
definition, that
So
would mean that more people would do it because there's no consequence.
No, because I have a conscience, dude. The only reason that I don't murder someone, it's not because it's illegal. It's because I'm a good person. I'm not just gonna go kill people, man. And most people, you got to give your fellow man more credit, man. Like just because somebody says we can't make drugs legal because then everyone will be junkies. Is that what you say about yourself? If they make heroin legal, I'm just gonna be shooting up all the time. Like
heroin,
no, man.
I don't care about. Listen, heroin is different because it's not putting anybody's life at risk. Not putting my children's life at risk. Heroin, it's an individual choice that you're making. If you're shooting up heroin, you're doing it to your own body. You can overdose on yourself. Has nothing to do with anybody else. It's an individual. It's apples and oranges. They're different. When you're speeding in a school zone where kids are passing, or you're driving drunk. When my niece driving drunk, if you make it home okay, that's okay because nobody was hurt, right? But when my niece was hit by a drunk driver who at 3 years old lost her legs, then we according to you we can't prosecute drunk drivers unless there's a victim.
According to him, making it illegal is not
I
gonna
am
change
absolutely
anything.
against drunk driving. Okay, I don't think people should
So
drink
how
and
can you
drive.
be against
I don't
drunk
think people
driving
should.
but not against speeding in a school zone?
Hold on, let me finish, man. So we're talking about drunk driving now, but no, I don't think that speeding should be a crime. No, unless now here's the thing: if you're speeding and because of your reckless driving, you do end up hurting someone, thus creating a victim, then I'm okay with it being aggravated because you were driving recklessly. But I don't think just for simply speeding and not actually hurting anyone, no, you shouldn't have money stolen from you for that or locked in a cage. But the same thing
I'm
with
with you.
drunk driving. I don't think people should drink and
But
drive. I think we should educate people that this hurts people. It potentially causes victims. But you got to keep in mind, and I sympathize, I empathize with your niece or whoever, your family member
He
that
said
got hurt.
daughter, I think.
And I've had people being hurt from drunk driving too. But the thing is that the act of actually drinking and driving is a victimless crime by definition. And I've gotten a DUI. I actually got a DWAI. It's like 0.06, hardly drunk. And I've been through the classes, and I learned that most people drink and drive 800 times before they even get their first DUI, not before they get into a wreck and kill people. But that's the facts of it. And so
did you
if
how many
somebody were
times did
to
you
drink
drive
and
drunk?
drive and then they got in an accident and they hurt someone, yes, I think they should get in trouble for hurting someone because that's already illegal. But we don't need to make it double illegal. But I would be okay with making it aggravated. Well, you hurt someone, which is already
many
illegal,
hit
but now
runs
you
have
were
Yeah, let
make it
somebody
now we
else
have to
get
make
in
it
there.
I just want to clear.
assaults,
I want to
hit and
clear up.
runs.
Wait. I just want to clear up this one comment really quick. Just really quick, and then somebody else can go. So you think that drunk driving, in and of itself, without any aggravating factors, should be illegal?
That's kind of like when the mayor asked me if I support pornography in a library, and I said I do not support pornography in a library, but I don't think the benefits of banning it outweigh the risks. Same thing. I do not support people drinking and driving, but yes, I do not think that people should have any punishment if they do not hurt anyone. I live by the non-aggression principle, which states that only The only time force is necessary is if somebody else initiates force on you. And actually, I wish James Freeman was still up here because I think he might agree with me on this.
I would like to hear somebody
James
else's
Freeman.
opinion on the
James
drunk
Freeman
driving
is
thing.
high A is AF watching Sunny in Philadelphia right now, so he couldn't be here.
Good.
I gotta go. I gotta go to bed. It's bedtime for me. The wife has spoken.
Dan, what?
All right, let me hop in real quick.
Okay, go ahead, Rogue. Yeah.
Later, Angry Fat.
Let me hop in real quick about the victimless crime thing first and foremost. Again, this is something that we have to realize is conditioning of our society, right?
Right.
There is no victimless crime, right? And the reason there's victimless crimes like DMA saying like speeding and DUIs where they don't actually have a victim is because society, us, maybe not us specifically, but society has deemed that to be a crime against society, right? And the victim is society. That's what society has deemed, right? So if we don't like these laws, then we have to change them, right? But we can't get mad and say these people that are hired to enforce these laws that we as society have created are bad people, right? Because
when you
listen,
compare them to Nazis, they're following one
we
man.
if we don't like the laws, we need to change them, right?
No,
Okay?
there is no way to fucking change the law. That's a mythical thing. Give me another option, bruh. I don't have $80,000, all these lawyers and shit to change the fucking laws. Most people don't even know what you know.
Joe, if there was like a Democratic vote on just without any type of legislature or anything like that in the state of any state, and there was a Democratic vote to say, well, are we going to get rid of drunk driving or speeding in school zones or whatever? I guarantee you that the collective of the people of that state would vote to keep drunk driving illegal, right? Because like Rogue said, it's first of all,
part of your
it's a
First
crime.
Amendment.
It's a crime
You
against.
petition your government to seek a redress of your grievances. That's
It's a crime against society. It's a crime
You
because
get a petition of 100,000 names. You give it to your representative, and they make a bill, and it becomes a law. That's the way.
Yeah. Well, you said democratic vote, but I mean, democracy is actually a horrible form of government, and the founders hated democracy. Ben Franklin said democracy is two wolves and a sheep voting on what's for dinner. We're supposed to have a
I was gonna say I'm
republic.
not so sure with either side telling me what to do. I was gonna say what
I'm just saying as opposed. All I was saying is that I was giving an example. I know we're not in a democracy, but I was just making the point that if society as a whole, for the state or for the United States as a whole, however you want to think about it, voted.
They would
doesn't matter. That's what
driving.
democracy
I would
is.
agree
Democracy
with you.
is 51% of the population enforcing their will on the 49%, which means the 49% is slaves, and that's democracy. That's not what we're supposed to have. We're supposed to have elected officials that are allowed to make laws that are within the bounds of the Constitution. Yeah, and that's the thing.
But in that area also, if you don't like the way it is, then you're free to move to another area where they have a different.
That's not
You're free to move to another area, but like I feel like
no, you don't get to take a fucking country. You don't get to take a country and say, Joe, get out it if you don't agree with us. Fuck that.
Knock yourself out. That's how we do here.
Yeah.
Listen, we don't live in a democracy, right? We live in a representative republic, right? And the people talk to their representatives, and the representatives vote the way the people want them to vote. That's supposed to be how it works. That's why we're not supposed to be a democracy. But the bottom line is, if 10 people say that this is a victimless crime and 300 million say it is a crime, you're going to lose, right?
Yes.
Because those 300 million are going to talk to their representatives. They're going to make it a crime. And the 10 people are still going to be like, oh, we don't live in a democracy. We're supposed to let the 10 people decide.
Right.
Yes.
We're never going to agree 100%.
Yeah, I was going to tell
the 10 people
Leroy
are under a
Treese.
type of tyranny of the other people, that the 51 is under 49. There's never going to be a complete consensus on anything. Like, you think drunk driving should be legal. I think drunk driving should be illegal because of experiences in my life that has put brought it that I've personally been affected by, where a 3-year-old loses her ability to walk when she's just starting to learn when she just got the ability to walk because of a man's poor decision. Again, I know that you say that DMA, I'm not trying to say that you're saying that specific situation should be that obviously has a victim, right? Multiple victims in that situation. But what I'm saying is that when you make the decision to drive drunk, when you make that decision, it's a decision that you're making to drive drunk on the road. You are endangering every time you do it.
And I agree.
When you are endangering people like my niece. So what Rogue said is what society has deemed is that doing that, the ticket that the first of all, you don't go to jail, right? You don't, you got a DWI, right? So you didn't go to jail over it. You didn't get a jail sentence over it, right? You had to pay some fines and you had to go to some classes, right? You didn't go to jail. Nobody locked you in a dungeon for 6 months. But when you do that and you make that choice, you could have been the person that hit somebody else's niece, somebody else's mother, somebody else's. And what society is deemed is that, yes, there might not be any immediate victim in that situation, but you are a danger to society as a whole that you could have in that situation. If that cop didn't pull you over, you
Could have.
10 minutes later, you could have.
Do you remember that movie
You also
Minority
become
Report?
endangered by an enraged uncle.
Do you remember that movie Minority Report with Tom Cruise?
I do, yeah.
It was where like they used to arrest people for like crimes they were going to commit.
Pre-crime, yeah.
That's like the same thing as you could have. Like you
Of
could
course.
have hurt someone, so we're gonna lock you in a cage. You didn't hurt anyone, but you could have.
Like I said, you
So-
didn't get locked in a cage
But
because
if
you
you
DWI.
But yeah, everyone who gets a DUI
God
gets locked in a
bless
cage,
you
bro.
if the
Like, I
justice
don't
Well,
know
let's
anyone that
can
has
we
for-
go off
for a
of
few hours.
DWI
But,
and driving under
yeah,
influence
Long
for a
Island, let me ask
moment
you a
and
question,
see
bro.
if that same philosophy holds with other shit? If y'all want to go back to it, try guns. Does that fly with guns? Do you get to tell a motherfucker you might do something with a gun, therefore you have to register, therefore you have to do this, take a class, because
It's
you might
completely
hurt
different.
somebody?
That's
I was
not
going
the
to
same
ask
scenario.
you, are there any
Well,
other scenarios? Because this one seems very special and it's
First
tough.
of all, Joe, you have the right to own a gun. You don't have the right to drink and drive.
Right. They're totally different.
You don't have the right, the same aspect. You don't have the right to be in the middle of the city and take a firearm that you have a right to own. You don't have the right to just shoot it up in the air
Right,
because you
that's why
could
we-
kill somebody.
Wait. You
Just
don't have
like-
the right to drink and drive?
No, you do not.
You shouldn't
have
have the right.
to drink and drive.
Nobody should
How
have the right to
many
drink and drive.
of you have
Just like
went
you shouldn't
to a
have the right
bar?
to shoot a gun up in the air in the
How
middle
many
of
of
the
you have
city?
went
You could
into
kill
a
somebody.
bar, had
Good
a
point.
beer, and drove your own ass home, or two?
I'm sure everybody on this panel at some point has
You've never.
driven
Everybody. I don't drink, but
under the
everybody I
influence
know
more
does
than they
that
should have
shit.
at
You're
least
the
once.
vast minority then, because I don't. My mom's the most law-abiding person ever. I mean, I don't know anyone that's never ever drank any alcohol and then drove a car. But just same thing. The same reason why I don't know any single
DMA, you're
person who
making
hasn't committed a
generalizations.
felony. There's
How
two
many
types of
people do
people.
you know,
There's
DMA?
felons and there's people
How
who
many
commit
people do
crimes.
you know? How many people do you know, DMA, in your life? How many people do you think you've known in your life? A couple thousand, maybe.
Probably
Right?
at least like tens
At
of
least a
thousands.
couple thousand, right? That is
At least.
literally 0.0000001% of the United States population. So by you saying, I've never known anybody who hasn't drinking
Yeah,
and drive
personal
before.
shit. Yeah.
You take a big enough pool, you take enough thousands of people, and it's going to be relatively the same.
Everybody
What
leaves
you're
the
saying-
bar. Does
you're
not
saying
have
when
no
they
one
do
is ever drinking
tests,
and
when they
that
do
everybody is
scientific
drinking and
tests,
driving.
they don't say, okay, there's 300 million people in America.
people
we have
that
to,
don't drink,
we have to do
DMA.
every 300 million on this survey. No, they take a few thousand or 10,000,
DMA, you
and then they
understand
use
that?
that as
Forget-
their evidence.
Let's take. I understand that, but let's take drinking and driving out of this scenario. You know that there's people who don't drink, right?
I don't drink really. One beer every year or two.
No. One beer. No, I'm not talking about one beer. I'm talking about, you know that there's people in this world, millions of people probably, that don't drink alcohol, have never drank alcohol in their life. You know that, right? So it's literally impossible for them to have drinking and drive. So by you saying, because I don't know anybody, everybody I know has done it, that means that
No,
most
but see, now
people
you're
haven't done it.
trying to like twist stuff. What I'm saying is that a lot of people, even the people that advocate against drunk driving, have actually done it themselves. That's what I'm saying. But what I wanted to ask you though was, Long Island, do you own yourself?
Do I own myself?
I like where it's going.
I make my own decisions. Yeah, I'd like to.
Do
think that I own
you
myself.
really?
Okay. So you own yourself. So you are a free, independent, beautiful human being. So if you own yourself, then that means that anyone who uses force and coercion against you when you haven't committed a crime being a crime that has a victim, doesn't that mean that if someone were to lock you in a cage for committing a crime that has no victim, wouldn't that make you the victim if you own yourself?
No, because like for it would depend on the scenario of which that happened. Again, like I said, if
He's
we can
done
go back,
nothing wrong, and but he walked across the street jaywalking, won't sign the ticket, and they lock his ass up.
Or better yet, he wants to travel to Brazil. Do you have a passport?
yes, I have a
Well,
passport.
here's the thing. Nobody owns themselves, right? We're all members of the society, right? And in order to be a
I
member
don't
of
buy that
society,
argument, baby.
No,
You got
that's
listen,
me
in
intellectual
order
drug
to
IQ.
be a
me in.
member
I
of the
give you no
society,
consent.
we owe obligations to other citizens, right? It's called the social contract,
What
right?
society are you a
It,
part of? I'm not a part of that nonsense where the
I'm not a
judges
part of
get to
that
create
nonsense.
laws and shit.
listen, you
Right?
are.
I help my fellow man. I stop when a
Yes,
motherfucker's broken
you
down.
are.
I help every
Like it
motherfucker.
or
I'm
not.
down with that shit, but I'm not a part of none of that shit.
You got a ticket,
Let,
then you got
let's
a ticket.
listen. Hold up, and I'll explain it to you real
I
quick,
promise
Joe.
you'll pay that ticket if you get it.
Every society is founded on a contract, right? Because there's no other way that men, women can live together without a contract,
I
right?
go for
There's
that. Yeah,
rights and there's obligations,
agreed.
right? So we have rights in this country. I call them privileges, but we have privileges and immunities in this country, but we also have obligations. One of those obligations is to support the society we live in, right? That's how they get away with the income tax.
No, I
The
don't know about that
other
one.
the other part of the contract is that we obey any law passed by our representatives. Okay? Now there's an easy way out of this, okay? Because maybe you don't want to be part of society. Maybe you don't want
No,
to
what
live by
society
those
is where we're gonna
rules.
disagree? You're gonna tell me the state society or U.S. society. I'm part of society, man, but I don't agree the society I'm part on is that society. It's a
Yeah,
different
like
society.
homeless veterans are on the tip of everybody's tongue. But do you think that a veteran of our fucked up military who's made his piss glow in the dark, he's gonna go to the government to get help?
I don't know about that, but you guys are getting me off topic. Let me finish explaining this real
Yes.
quick, okay? Everybody that lives in the United States is part of the society, right? I know there's sovereign citizen gobbledygook out there that says that you can be a free American and you don't have to be part of society if you don't want to, right? You know, you own your land, you don't have to pay property taxes or income taxes. And those are all interesting topics and theories, right? But when it comes down to it, when you try those theories, your ass gets locked up, right? And there's a reason for that because we all agree to it, right?
No, that's
And just because
I
we
didn't
don't
agree to it.
understand the law doesn't mean that we're not beholden to it, right? And as
Nonsense.
it
No, not
stands,
just laws, no law.
Keep going, Rogue.
okay, so
We'll be here all night. You lose your train of thought if we let Joe go.
listen, yeah, there's what's known as domicile. Okay, it's a legal doctrine that's been passed down for 1,000 years. It came to us from Rome. Okay, and the doctrine of domicile was basically Roman citizens had fought so hard for the rights that they had as a society that they wanted to pass those rights on to their children, right? And so that's where the doctrine of domicile has come into play. Now, every country in the world today uses domicile, okay? And in the United States, you have 3 domiciles. You got domicile by birth, you have domicile by choice, and you have domicile by law, okay?
Okay.
And domicile by birth goes like this. Whoever your parents owe allegiance to, that's what a citizen of the country you are, right? We also have the just soil, which means if you're born on American soil, you're automatically American citizen. But domicile is the most important one, okay? So at birth, if your parents are American citizens, you're automatically an American citizen, right? You're already automatically a part of the American society. You owe obligations and you have rights, okay? Now, here's the important one, domicile by choice. At the age of majority, we get to choose if we want to live in this society and obey its rules. Okay? Most age of majority in most states are 18 to 19 years old. You can look them up in your state if you wish. It's called the age of majority. It's the age when we're able to enter into contracts legally. Okay?
Right.
And at that time, you remember in the Declaration of Independence, it says we're ruled by consent? Okay? Your consent is you not taking your ass to Russia to live and staying here in America and saying, you know what? I like it here in America. I'm going to stay here. I'm going to be part of this society. I'm going to obey the laws. I'm going to pay to support it.
Or move to Amish country.
Every one of us, after the age of majority, is free to take our ass to any other country we want. Okay? You can take your ass up and move over there if you like the laws better. You know, some countries don't even have cars. You don't have to worry about drunk driving. You know what I mean? Some countries don't have police officers. They just got the military. Take your ass over there.
So wherever I'm born and those other couple things you mentioned, pretty much I'm in contract with these guys.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's 24 hours a day.
I just
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I must honor this contract.
I think it's more or less when you're on public. When you're out in public. An example would be like the public roads are shared by everybody.
Listen,
I think
we
it's at
enter
home
this
too.
contract
Apparently
by
they
our
expect
own
me not to
consent.
do drugs and shit.
Yeah, but not
We
everyone
enter this
consented,
contract
man.
by our own
Not everyone
consent, Joe.
consented, and here's the thing: is like you're saying, oh well, if you don't like it, you can go move somewhere else. Well, I mean, that's like saying, okay, well, just because we've always done it this way, like I love my country, I'm an American, but it doesn't mean that I agree with the people that are in charge. And saying, well, this is the way it's been done, and this is the way, you know, at the age of consent, 18 years old, when you can come into binding contracts. Well, that's, you know, like tradition is no excuse to stand in the way of progress. And we should always try to surpass our previous best. And saying, well, this is the way it is, and you signed up for this. Well, what if I didn't sign up for it? What if I didn't consent? You know what I mean?
Then Jim Crow,
But we did
slavery,
consent,
right?
right?
Listen,
consent to anything.
Who on the
Jim
panel?
Crow was correct.
Who on the panel
Hold
at
on,
18
Ro,
years
you
old
went.
had a gun held to their head and said, "You must live in America"? Who here? Raise your hand. You had a gun held to your head and said you had to live in America.
Yes. I was in the Marine Corps. We were training.
Wait, you signed up for that?
Live in America. I said, I will.
You got drafted?
So understand that we gave the consent. Now, again, we can revoke the consent if we leave. But to act like we didn't consent because we didn't know about it, right? Because it's in the law. It's always been in the law, right? Yeah. And a couple of guys like me and DMA, which, by the way, I agree with the victimless crime thing that DMA is talking about. However, I don't want people to mistake my understanding of the system as an endorsement of the system.
Consented to slavery because it was legal and it was part of the system and it was law. Did they consent? Curious.
Yeah.
No, they did not, Joe.
All right. But they didn't, nobody came to a gun with their head though, and all of that. Maybe they did. Shit.
Well, they did.
Well, they did when they took them from their home country. They had guns on them. They forced them over, that sort of thing. But again,
but I think the point he's making is that law doesn't equal morality. That's what.
Did the Indians consent?
Never will. The people that make the laws aren't moral, right? And they're not looking to be moral, right? None of these guys that make the law are looking to be the next pope, right?
Park that truck outside of the courthouse again with a sign that says there is such thing as jury nullification. Look it up.
Very important.
Eric Brandt.
Very, very important. Jury nullification, one of the most important things. But again, nobody on a jury is going to find you not guilty of driving drunk and say there's a victimless crime here because they understand the impact that it could have on anyone at any given time. Again, drugs, when drugs, heroin was brought up, that's completely different because people are making their own choices they're making their own choices to shoot heroin or to do whatever they want to do. I'm totally against the war on drugs.
With it.
There are so many altruistic organizations that'll pay for your Uber. There's no excuse.
Right. There is no excuse for driving drunk whatsoever. It's a poor decision in life. And again, you're not.
And I agree
It
with
has
that.
to be. It has to be
Yes.
proportionate to your bad decision, right? So your bad decision. Yes, DMA went to jail. He's probably spent the night in jail, and and he had to pay some fines, and he had to go to classes. And according to him, he's never driven drunk since. So at the end of the day, who knows if DMA never got arrested for driving drunk, if he would have continued to drive drunk and eventually killed someone's daughter, son, niece, nephew, uncle. So it served as a deterrent for DMA to stop driving drunk. There has to be a deterrent.
It didn't. It wasn't a deterrent
I was
because
gonna ask you,
people are
did it?
people like we say,
So you
murder is
continue to
already
drive drunk?
illegal and people still
No,
murder
no, it
people.
doesn't mean
But the
cause
thing that's keeping
related. Let
people
him
from
answer
murdering
it.
people isn't because it's illegal. And to be honest with you, I'll just be honest, and transparent. When I got my first DUI, I was like 19 years old. I drank and drove a whole bunch of times after that.
First,
But
how
I
many
don't
left?
drink and drive now, and like I don't drink and drive because I matured and I eventually grew up and I realized that hey man, I was kind of I was being dangerous. I was young and dumb. And so like you basically people wake up and they grow up and they realize that. That's the reason why. It's my own morality. It's my own code of ethics that I live by that made me say, hey, I shouldn't drink and drive. I need to do the responsible
Yeah,
thing. And if I
my
can't afford
kid.
And
if
that's
I can't
great. And that's
afford a
great,
Uber,
DMA.
if I can't afford a Uber, then I just don't go drinking that night. You know what I
Right,
mean? Or I
and that's
stay at
great.
home.
Listen, and it's great that you decided to change on your own. But I'm saying is that's your specific case. But there could be somebody out there, and I'm sure there is somebody out there that got pulled over for driving drunk, suffered the consequences for driving drunk, paid the
Yeah.
fine, went to classes,
Yeah.
and they changed their ways.
But
And
you're
that,
talking
You know
about like
what? I was
democracy, right?
just
Like
going to
voting.
say
Like most
that.
people would
Hey,
be against
excuse
drunk
me, I'm
driving, but
sorry.
I'm going to say
One
most
night
people
in the
probably don't
90s,
use that as
I
a
got pulled
deterrent.
over not once but twice. One night in the 90s, and Rogue Nation's heard this story a few times. I tend to repeat myself. Maybe you guys. But I used to tend bar, and I would polish off a bottle of KJ Chardonnay, cleaning my bar. I got this scar on my knuckle from punching this Kenny G looking dude, and I drank more beers, and I had a Mazda RX-7 with the lights that wouldn't go up because twice that night I got pulled over, and I got away with it, and I never drove drunk again. That was like my lesson. I went to court for the 2 tickets that I got, which were the first one was driving an unsafe vehicle, and the second one was reckless driving, which was arrestable offense. But since I was just pulling up in front of my house, he didn't take me to jail.
Can
And
we agree that
I
a
got out of
guy
the
who
car.
gives
I
you
was
a
like, "You're out of your jurisdiction, man," because he was a Miami Beach cop in Miami. He's like, "Hey, son, I didn't want to go at the speed you were going because I have a family at home." And it all that stuff I still remember it. And Rogue, you know
DMA,
what I'm talking about. I've told you about that.
DMA, real quick, what do you think? I'm curious. I'm just curious to hear your thoughts on this, based on now that I know that I didn't know this about you before, but um, about what at what age does a child become a victim to an older person for in a sexual way, and what at what age does the child become is a victim? What for you? What is the proper age for a child to be a victim of sexual assault by an adult? So, for example, I'll paint you a 50-year-old man, and what age is okay? Because I'm saying if you say that the child, wherever, minor, whatever you want to say, is agreeing to this relationship with the 50-year-old man, then there's no victim, unless you think that there's some sort of age limit to where that person can consent.
You're
So, what
talking
is
about
that? What is that age?
statutory, right?
Right. Yeah. Right. So
Right.
exactly. So what for statutory rape? What would be for you? What would make the child a victim if they're agreeing?
Congrats on
Well,
100,000.
I think that children, they're not capable of making their own decisions yet because they haven't developed yet. So I mean, they say
Well, so this
18. Like honestly, sometimes I think 18 is not even old enough. Like I don't even think 18-year-olds should be allowed to vote because they haven't developed their logic interpretation of the world yet, of this 3D reality we live in. So that's hard to say, but it's got to be at least 18.
at least 18, because that's what that's I mean that's what's usually acceptable by the law. But right? But if you go by development of people's brains and things of that, or if you use that type of example, there are 18-year-olds that are more, it's all you're a product of your environment and your how you were raised. And I'm a big believer of, I grew up without a father, and I think that put certain disadvantages in my life. And I think fatherless homes are one of the biggest problems in this country. You need a strong male leadership in your home in order to be a success. And that's 80% of people in jail grew up in fatherless homes, or some high percentage like that. Don't quote me on it, but
some of us had strong women
but if you reversed it, and this is why
easily
a
play the
father
role
is
of
so
both.
important. This is why a father is so important. If you reversed it and you just had the dad as a single parent, they don't go to jail as much as if it was a single mom. But what I'm saying is that there are some adults that, age is an arbitrary number, that there are some adults that, are less mature than an 18-year-old kid, and they have the right to vote, and or a 17-year old, in different times of our world, there's, you became a man at 13, right? Or some countries acknowledge that you become a woman when you receive your period. There's a lot of different, again, we're talking
Where
about,
you going with this?
where I'm going with it is that there's different, it's subjective. What I'm going with, a victim, what crime is a victim is subjective to people. There's no right answer on what age a woman should be. That I think we could all agree that anybody, a minor child, should not be, in an adult, in
Should
a
is the
consenting
worst
relationship.
word in the
In
English language.
what?
Should.
Should. I think
Yeah.
okay. I think that we all should agree that being with a minor child when you're an adult is something that should be unacceptable in a society. But again, when you talk about a victimless crime, that 17 is, there's some states where 17
Yes,
is the
and
legal
then
age.
you'd say, but they're a kid. But then the
But
argument is who
my point is
determines
is
what a
that
kid is.
they're not seeing themselves as a victim. That's what I'm saying. Is that we as society, DMA, are protecting them because of our own personal beliefs. But
I'm
if you were to ask
grown.
them,
Oh,
if you
girl,
were to
that's
put them, if you were to put them on a lie detector and said, I'm happy with this 16-year-old girl, and they're like, I'm happy with this guy. I know, he makes me happy. He does everything. But we as a
how
society
does
see that
that
as
argument hold for a
Well,
motherfucker
but
our
yeah,
age?
but see, that's the thing. Like, and I see what you're saying, but that's like saying, well, hey, I totally agree with what you're saying, but that's, they're not old enough, so that it doesn't count. Like, if they have to be at least 18, because that's like these people saying, hey, children at 12 years old, they can decide their gender, and if they want to get, a sex change at 12 years old, they
right.
can.
And I think
Yeah,
we,
so I totally
I
agree
think
with
you
what
and
you're
I
saying.
agree on both of that, right? And
There
I
are
think that's something we
21-year-old
can agree
girls
on.
that don't know what they're doing with their
Right.
life.
And
I
I'm sure there's
think
21
it's
guys that don't know what they're doing, that don't know what the decisions they're making. So I'm saying is that
19-year-old.
we've accepted as a society, DMA, that 18 is that number. And I'm sure there's some people, that agree with that. I think at least 18, me personally, I think because that's when you become a legal adult and you're able to make all the other decisions you can make in
I
life.
think that's a sideline argument. What about adults is what a meat of this argument was. How does him, I don't know what old DMA is, how does that apply to him? Why would he have to
No, it doesn't apply
have
to
some
him.
adult tell him what to do?
I
No, 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 no,
disagree
So
with
no. But
determine for him.
But
that their
that's not
kids
what
are
my
biased.
argument was not that an adult telling another adult what to do
We
is
can't
that
hear you, GGA.
I
my
said I
that's not my argument,
disagree.
Joe.
Hold
I
on. Go ahead, GG. I think you go ahead. Mic check.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Maybe it's when we talk, we can't hear you. Well,
Low.
go ahead.
I said I disagree with parents saying that their babies are non-binary when they're in the womb, or even when they come out the womb.
What?
Right. I mean, I think that's way far off topic than the I get what you're saying, that I agree with that too, GGA, that all this
I don't
gender
know what
stuff and
that
gender
means.
fluid and all this stuff when kids are kids are kids, you know shouldn't be. I think that's heinous. I think that's child abuse in my personal opinion.
I think
I think it's child abuse. But at the end of the day, I'm just trying to get it. But when you talk about victimless crimes, and there are some victimless crimes like crossing the for example, when I think of a victimless crime, I think of it only hurts
Crossing the Rio Grande.
for example, crossing a sidewalk, jaywalking, right?
Crossing
That
river.
is 100% a victimless crime, because the only person that could become really a victim in that situation is you when you get hit by your car. So
Yeah.
you're making a decision in order to get hit by a car or not, and that is your decision as a free, man or woman to make. or using drugs. I'm totally against the drug war.
But if I
Would
go
I want
10
my
miles
daughter?
over
Would I
the
want my
speed
daughter
limit,
doing heroin? I don't think anybody would want any one of their family members doing heroin. But at the end of the day, I can accept that a person doing heroin on their own is making their own decisions. I think where it becomes dicey as far as morality goes
How
and
would
what's
you
right for
know?
society is that how do we protect society while still respecting people's individual rights, but also protecting society? And I think people, and I don't want anybody to think that I'm talking about any type of guns, because I think all that talk is just by tyrants that it's just a repeat of Germany when they want to take
Man.
guns away. All that talk of
Why?
taking guns away
Why?
because guns kill people.
Why?
No, people kill people, and guns are needed in the country in order to maintain order. If everybody had a gun on their hip, I promise you there'd be less robberies.
Have you ever
So
Well, the thing is, man, Long
dragon
Island is
at
it's a
Daytona?
fundamental principle,
There's
bro.
a
That's what I'm trying to say, man. Like, yes, I've said probably 10 times or up on here. I don't agree with drunk driving. I don't think people should drink and drive, but it's a fundamental principle. It's one of the first lessons we all learned when we were children was don't hit, right? So it wasn't don't hit unless you're government or unless you're a man with a gun and a badge. It's just don't hit. So whenever you initiate violence on someone else without them initiating violence on you first, then you're the victim. That's what I'm trying to say. It's just like simple like stuff, you know what I mean? And like we've all been propagandized into thinking that government's good for us and like it's a necessary evil, which is saying that evil is necessary. And I really feel like there's a better way to organize society than through force and coercion, which is just pointing guns at people and just forcing them to your will, whether they hurt someone or not. And trust me, if you are a danger to society and created victims, then some people that are dangerous to society need to be isolated from society and they need to be locked in a cage.
and
So
most of
like
the
I don't
people
even
that
believe
get
in I don't believe in minimum security prisons. Like if you're to the point where you can be in a minimum security prison, you're probably not that danger of a society that you need to be locked in a cage.
exactly free
So a
air and
person,
trade,
so a
y'all.
person. I just want to. I'll finish with this. I was supposed to stay for like 2 minutes, and I had a video. I got a video to edit. I told Dan, I'm like, I'm gonna hop in and
same.
congratulate you and be out. But so I just want to make it clear. So you're saying like a person that goes 100 miles an hour in a school zone back and forth every single day and doesn't hit anybody.
That's
That
not realistic, man. Who's gonna
Fuck
go
that.
100
Yes,
miles an
who's
hour in a
getting
school
hurt by
zone?
this? It's the guy that's doing 30 in a 20 mile
No,
an hour
there's
zone
gonna
that's
be
getting hurt
a group
every
of car
day
homeboys
just for in
that'll catch
case somebody's doing 60. They didn't grabbing niggas doing 100 miles an hour. They grabbing people doing 10 and 15 miles an hour,
right.
and
And
they're
if you want
taking
to have a
cars and
debate,
doing
if you want to
crazy
have a
shit.
debate on what's a reasonable speed, that's obviously open for debate. I'm not saying that. I'm just using the extreme case that if it was legal, there are going to be people. You can't say that there's not going
Yeah,
to be
what about
people.
street justice?
Right. I mean, I would agree with street justice is fine with me. I have no problem with street justice. Whatever. But the point is that DMA in the since the history of human beings, since we've came on this planet, there's going to be bad human beings and good human beings, and there
Yeah.
has to be some type of check to try to prevent those bad human beings from committing
Armed robbery.
atrocities.
Yeah,
Right.
I agree with
So
that.
there has to be some sort of check to do that, because that's why we've
Yes.
evolved the way we have, and that's why if we didn't evolve with this type of social structure, we wouldn't be in the country we are. Civilization wouldn't have arrived at this type of point,
When those
because
checks fail,
at the end of
what
the
do
day
we
we're just
do?
animals, right? So we're going to act on animal instincts, and people. I'm sure when people first arrived, when people were around, they probably didn't care about a woman how she felt, and they probably just it wasn't. It's all society. It's all
Long
historically
Island,
based, right?
listen, I gotta ask,
Listen,
man, when the
when
checks
let me finish my
fail,
let
what
me
do
finish
I
my point,
do?
Joe. Let me finish
This
my
is
point,
all
Joe.
predicated on checks.
When cavemen first came up, right, Neanderthals, right? I'm sure that Neanderthals raped women on a daily basis. They didn't give a shit about that woman, and they probably raped her.
Hold on,
Because we're
Long Island. How
designed.
many Neanderthals have you met?
Yeah,
No, I'm not saying
and
that. I'm
by
saying that
show of hands,
I'm going based.
show of
I'm
hands
going based
not
off.
Remember what
I'm
you
going
told me,
based
bro? You
off of
said
what
how many
animal.
cops have you met? How many people have you met?
I'm going based off of. I was going to say something funny, but I didn't want to offend you. But listen, the thing is that
Just you.
it was just I was going to be a joke anyway. But the thing is that we can determine what we can guess what that is, because at the end of the day, we are humans, we are animals, and animals have certain instincts and certain things that they want to do. And our what's our job at the end of the day? To procreate, right? Our job is to procreate. It's not to procreate in the most nice way. Who knows? But
I want to ask you something.
there
Let me
has to
get
be
in
some
and
sort of
ask you a question here.
I'm all for. I expose bad cops on a daily basis. I expose bad mayors, senators. I've done it all.
All right, let me examine
I'm all
your
for
philosophy
anti-government.
for
I'm
a
all for
second. Let me examine your
corrupt
philosophy.
government.
Well, if there are, and this is for Rogue too, if you're still listening. You said I agreed. Hold on, right? Hold on. I agree. I agreed to this contract simply by being here. Surely I'm not the only one. If it's a contract who has something to live up to, I'm being held to these standards. What happened if they don't have to live up to their side of the contract? What happened when they breach first? Am I
That's
still
what we're fighting for,
obligated to do
Joe.
my side? Because it's my assertion here that they don't have checks and balances, and they certainly don't work for them nearly like they do for me.
And that's a problem, Joe. And that's what we're fighting against when we expose bad cops who don't honor their oath to the United
So
States
don't I get to opt
Constitution.
out the contract is where I'm going. Ain't it a problem? I'm saying I don't have to honor this shit if they don't honor it, right?
You don't know
Well,
that
here's
shit from the moment.
here's the thing. Here's the thing, Joe. You have to know what the contract is, right, in order to even understand if they honor it, right? So the contract for American citizens is that they keep you safe, right? So you can go out and make a living every day and you don't have to worry about Russia bombing you, right? Like they do in the Ukraine, right? So they do honor their contracts, okay? So Travis put up something in the chat and he said, well, what if we move to someplace else? Isn't there contracts there?
Yes,
And
I was
there
thinking
are
the same thing.
right, there are contracts everywhere, right? Because when you live under a
You broke up, bro. You fell out.
You live
and
under
contract and government.
we lost you.
So
You're in no.
No, I'm here.
All right,
So
go ahead.
okay, so the word govern, right? Just the word govern and government means that we as citizens have to obey what they say, right? Because otherwise it's anarchy.
Yeah, but anarchy doesn't mean no rules. Anarchy means no rulers, and there's a difference.
I
That's what I'm saying
understand what
about
anarchy means.
giving
I
your,
under
your
yeah,
fellow man the benefit of the doubt. They're not all just because there's no speed limit doesn't mean people are going to be going like Long Island said at 70 in a school zone, man. Like that's just not realistic.
right. But what's not realistic is believing that society is going to be nice and obey the non-made up rules, right?
Right. Go to Haiti.
So I'll give you a perfect example. Argentina, when their economy collapsed, there was a gentleman that wrote a blog, and he wrote about how in the cities, the gangs took over, were raping and murdering people, right? Because there was no rule of law. There was nobody to enforce the law. So what we find in society is that when there's no people to enforce those rules, or there are no rules, then what happens is you get people that just go out and do what they want. Now with anarchy, sure, there are no rulers, but we have rules, right? Well, who enforces those rules if not rulers? So what we have then is we have that West Virginia family feud where DMA, you drive drunk, you run over my kid. I take my AK-47, I go over and smoke your mom, right? That's anarchy.
Aren't
right?
you extended to the Hatfields?
No, that's not my definition of anarchy. Like when I say anarchy, what I want to do is localize government.
But that's what it is, though. But that's
Same
what I
thing.
localize
The guy
government.
who
So if
robs
you
your
don't,
neighbor
if
house,
you're still going to be
my
rule of
people
law,
come
but
get
if
him.
you don't
I'm gonna
agree,
call cops.
Well, listen, I love your story, right? But here's what's going to happen: when you run over my kid drunk driving, I'm going to take my AK-47. I'm going to smoke your mom, dude. That's what I'm going to do, right? No matter
And
what
no
you
one's gonna
want to
stop
do
me
with
because
your
there's no
local
rules.
government, when you run over my kid, I'm going to take my gun and smoke your family. That's what anarchy is, right? It's an eye for an eye, right? It's natural law, right? Because that's what natural law is, right? An eye for an eye.
Well, you kind of smoking the
No,
family is not eye for an eye.
No, there's still going to be rule
One
of law.
person dead for one person dead.
We
Yeah,
want
it's
like
got to be the guy who
like
did the
rules or
crime. You
laws that are
can't just
necessary
stab
for
the
life
guy
and
next to
liberty,
you, right?
right? So like
Right.
run over
It's got to
someone's
be the same
kid.
guy. But do you understand the point? Because once I smoke DMA for running over my niece, DMA's brother is going to come and try to smoke me.
Yeah, but no, but
right? It's an
I'm
eye
not
for an
saying,
eye.
but that's just saying like we're all just
At
out for
Field
themselves and
McCoy.
there's no
How is
government at
it
all.
different from
I'm
what
not
we
saying
have?
Human
no
beings are
government
out
at
for
all. I'm saying
themselves. That is
localized
literally
government.
what.
That's what I'm
Good
saying.
guy, it's your shit's low. If we're talking, good guy, we can't hear you talk at all. If you're wondering.
Or nine,
And
leave
how
the
is
whole
that
world
different
now.
from what we have in Chicago, Joe Cool?
And hold on. I understand the local government aspect, right? Let's say every town in America is a little government now, right? What happens when Russia comes over to try to conquer the United States?
I can answer that.
Who would
Is
build
Boulder,
roads?
Colorado Air Force going to take them out?
No, I'll answer that very
No,
easily. So
they have the economy.
Let him answer. Let him answer.
in World War II, when Hirohito was asked why they didn't invade the mainland, he said because there would be a rifle behind every blade of grass. That's what the Second Amendment is for. And so nobody's going to come over here when they know that every single American is armed. And when I say like the Second Amendment, I don't mean that we should keep our AKs and we should keep our AR-15s. We should go on the offensive. We should have well-organized, regulated militias, which is what the founders envisioned. The founders were actually against the idea of standing armies because the founders knew that countries don't attack countries. Governments attack governments, right? It's not like people associate themselves as a collective, like, oh, we bombed Syria and we bombed Iraq. Like, no, we didn't do that. The government did it, right? Because war is the health of the state. Right. And Eisenhower warned us that your government will get addicted to going to war. So if you have a population, right, like why would anyone want to invade us in the first place? Right. It's because
we have a lot of natural resources.
Well, it's because they want to govern you, right?
A history class?
They,
that is
they want to
literally
govern
everything that's
you,
ever.
right?
Have you
Well,
ever taken a
regulated
history
by
class?
The
the
United
literally,
States government is already governing
it's
you.
literally the world is created on people invading other people. That is before guns, before like that is just what's happened
But what I'm
since the
saying is
beginning of time. What do you mean?
look,
Why would they ever invade? Of course they're going to
I
invade.
didn't get to finish. Like I was actually got cut off. But the reason they would want to invade you is because they say, hey, look at those Americans over there. They like paying taxes. Let's go take over there and let's take over that tax base. But if you're essentially a society that refuses to be governed and you're well armed, like Hirohito said, he wouldn't invade because we still have machine guns, we still have grenades, tanks, we have well-regulated, organized militias, which is what the founders envisioned.
Who's going to pay for all that shit, DMA?
We took over Native Americans.
How many
like,
F-35s has
paying
Boulder,
taxes, let's go get
Colorado
that
got to
tax
do
money.
for?
Come on, man. We didn't. When we came over here and started taking over all the Native Americans, we didn't just say, "Oh, let's go get their tax money." That's not what happened.
You don't think we'd build the roads on our
because
own
that's the thing is
without
like
government?
the Native Americans,
we wouldn't
they
get
had bow and
together and
arrows.
build the roads. Who would
No,
pay for that
what I'm
shit?
saying
We
is
would. Rich motherfuckers in his land over there with no one's harming this. You still got billionaires and shit. They don't want their fucking land being, and we would do it ourselves, but we're not being forced to do it then.
Whenever there's an
Well,
incentive,
the only reason,
someone
Joe,
will
the
do
only
it.
reason the government's built the roads is for commerce, right? That's the only reason, is to sell products to us, right? That's the reason the roads were built. And the
So
first
they get
roads
to
were built
rob
by
and rape you.
corporations. You're right. The first roads were built by corporations. And again, it's to move products to us. It's to sell us products, right? That's why the national highway system wasn't invented so your ass could take a family road trip, right? That's not the reason the interstate system was set up. It was set up so they can move products from ports deeper into the country. That's why the highway
I
system
agree
was
where
set
you're
up.
going. I agree with that, Sid. So, but in order for them to set up the
what
highway,
I'm
I must
saying
now.
is,
Okay, go ahead.
Without a central point to gather resources and funds, you're not going to be able to defend yourself, right? I live in Summerfield, Florida, right?
Yeah.
We don't have money for a tank. We don't have money for a F-35 jet, right? Okay, so who's going to protect us?
The billionaires that know they can't let China get a fucking foothold, and we'd all kick in. None of us want that shit.
Well, here's the thing.
But again, we might kick in more.
Okay, right now, most Americans pay at least 50% of their income to the government. Okay, and a lot of people don't agree with that, but it's not just income tax, it's sales tax, property tax, registration of your vehicles, that speeding ticket. You want to pay for permission to upgrade your home. If you add all that up, that's like 50%. What if you got to keep 100% of your income?
Yeah,
right?
We can afford them.
There'd be no need for like Medicaid, like all these things that government provide, like build the roads and like social nets and food stamps and all that. military. Like, okay, yeah, if you want to spend trillions and trillions of dollars going to war, well, then yeah, you have to have a federal income tax. But if we weren't trying to police the world and we focused on ourselves, yeah, there would be money for those types of things. There would be money for militias. Yes, it would be
So
a
do you think,
voluntary.
DMA? Do you think that if
But it would be
we eliminated,
voluntary, dude, like you're saying.
wait, listen, if we eliminated all taxes, sales tax, I agree with you on on paying 50% or more, but if we eliminated all taxes, you're saying that individuals, as selfish as I've seen people be in this world, you're saying individuals would just automatically pony up the amount of money it takes in order to defend ourselves from Russia or from another country that taxes and has a military and has all the. So we're just going to all agree and say, you know what? Russia has nukes. Let's develop a nuclear program and let's all pitch in 40% of our salary in order to make that happen. You think that the amount of people that it would take to fund something like that, people would voluntarily just give their
No,
money to you
I
for
I
that?
don't think that it would take 40%, first of all. I think it would take a way smaller percentage of that. And yes, I do think that people would voluntarily give up some money to
Well,
help
okay. So
protect the
yeah, I mean,
country.
if
Yes.
so you're saying
But
that
yeah, again, if
everybody.
you want to police the world, like, it's not going to take the United States spend what? It's like, I don't know how many times more than the next 50 countries combined on our military. If you want to like literally go to perpetuate endless war and be constantly at conflict with everyone, well then yeah, you have to. Everyone would have to give a bunch of money voluntarily. But if you just want to like actually have, real freedom and protect your own homeland, like when the United States goes to Iraq and Afghanistan and they say they're
Yeah.
protecting freedom, when really the people they're fighting against are just, a lot of them are just farmers who are protecting their own homeland. Like, yeah, if you want to do that, then yeah, you wouldn't have enough money. No one's going to be able to volunteer that
Only
much money.
I don't think
If you want to
anybody.
just have
I
enough
don't think
to just
anybody at this
protect
point
your
is for
homeland, then
for
yeah,
foreign wars.
Only
it wouldn't
4%
be
of
that
the
much
people
money.
who watch YouTube create channels. We're all here. 4%. 300,000 get that plaque like Dan did.
Okay.
That was out of left field.
There was.
I just don't see, I think the argument that you made about, people would only want to, because they want to take our tax money and things of that nature.
Yeah, it's great that we want a society where, all men are free and can, do what they want. And,
why do you think that
there's
society
no
doesn't exist?
victimless crimes and stuff like that. But we have to make that society, right? Because as Travis pointed out and as Joe pointed out, everybody's under a contract, right? All governments are in essential corporations, right? Not corporations like people think of McDonald's or, General Motors, but they're corporations, right? Because they have to live in perpetuity, they have to live forever, right? They have to make contracts. They have to enter into like bonds and stuff like that. So we're all under contract, and we agree to the contract as it is. Again, when we turn in that age of majority, and there's only two options, right? Stay here and change the social contract that we're under, or move somewhere else where the social contract
The
fits
way
more
you
to our
change it
beliefs.
is to not engage, right? Is say fuck it. I'm not gonna be a part of that shit. I'm not gonna help you rob motherfuckers. That's one way of changing it, right? If we stop that shit, be done in a day. Certainly a week.
Right. If everybody did that, Joe, otherwise you'd be sitting in jail not agreeing to society.
Right.
Right.
We need everybody to
A lot of
exactly.
people sitting in jail today, Joe, has decided not to agree to the society, right? They stop paying income taxes, they throw away their license.
Yes. Yes.
They do all this
Yes.
kind of stuff and they say, I'm not going to participate.
Yes.
Well, if it was that easy, everybody would do it, and there would be a handbook out there that you could buy that tells you how to do it. And again, we'd all live happy and
There's
free.
a handbook. It's called that Jim Crow shit, that civil rights shit. That's a start. And everything where they boycotted, they didn't do it. Maybe it's something to that shit.
I think it's important.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Or
I'm sorry.
violence. I hate
They
to
still
say it.
kinda have it with
Violence gets it
Native
done.
Americans.
So
Native
I just wanted to.
Americans are still kind of different.
Hey, is this relevant
Right.
rights, or you just fucking with us again?
I just
No.
I just wanted
Go
to
ahead,
I just wanted to I think it's important. I believe in protecting the homeland first before, I'm totally against all these foreign wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. I get it, but I loved history growing up. My dream was to be a history teacher. Life took, my
Very good.
decisions in life took another course. But because I am a firm believer, if you don't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it. So I just wanted to ask this to DMA because he says, protecting the homeland and that should be our only concern, no matter what. Am I right, DMA, when you said that? Or we should our only obligation should be to our homeland, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when Hitler rose to power in Germany and he killed millions of Jews and he started his conquest to take over all of Europe. So you're saying the United States being involved in that conflict in World War II, if you were in charge, you wouldn't involve us in that conflict.
So good
I don't
question.
know. That's kind of different.
It's still a good
It's like
question.
putting me on the spot. Like I think that
I think it's a
World
good
War II.
analogy.
I think World War II was probably like the last war, honestly, that had a legitimate reason to be in war.
Bless your
To be honest with you.
boy.
Right. No, I just and like
I
I
think
was just
probably
curious
all
on
the
your
other
answer.
wars since World
Right.
War II have been
No, I
completely
was just curious
illegitimate.
about your answer to that because if you're talking about a lot of people are just
Same
think
question
like
with
you,
Vietnam.
where they say that we can I'm sure we can agree on certain other things that we shouldn't have been involved with, of course. But I'm saying, like, when you have one madman that is willing to take over, that is trying to take over the entire world, there has to be some type of deterrence for him to do that, because if the United States didn't get involved, he would have taken over all of Europe, right?
Right.
And then he would have controlled all of Europe. He would have killed millions of more Jews. He would have done, these are things that we know he would have done because he was doing them. So it comes there's a fine line between just minding your own business and a greater societal, and again, if he takes over all of Europe, then he becomes a threat to the homeland, right?
But
So
show
I think a lot of what the United States does is wrong as far as foreign interventions and wars and things of that nature and coups that we involved in and all the other things. But I think something like a World War II incident, or even like a Vladimir Putin, where they have dreams of aspirations of world domination and dominating the world, that we as a country, being a strong country as we are, we have the obligation to stop these madmen from progressing, because not because we want to be altruistic and be the police the world, but because if these madmen become more powerful, they can ultimately affect the mainland and the United States. So it's more like a preventative measure. I see World War II as to prevent a madman from taking over the world and hurting us.
I think that the organized militias could also help with that too.
Can you guys hear?
We can if we're not only if we're not talking. Go ahead. We're gonna
We
have to
can't
come up
even
with
agree.
sign language or
We're
something.
7 people here, DMA, right? We're 7 people here,
Hold on,
and
I
we all
can't hear
have
you.
difference of opinions. We can't even agree between us 7 that we have a lot of similarities to us. We're all, we all fight for First Amendment rights. We're all for government accountability. There's a lot of similarities between all of us here, right? And we can't even agree between ourselves. What makes you think that 350 million people can agree with each other? I guess
It's
that's
not a
my
thing.
fundamental point, is that if we can't
Nobody's going
agree
to
with
ever
each
agree with each other.
Hey, guys,
It's
we
just
gotta let the good guy get in. He cannot even get in when we're talking. I'm
He's
sorry.
busy playing video games.
Good guy, did you?
Right.
Yeah, well, you
Go good
playing
guy.
anyway.
You try to say something?
Erie County, me and you have the same headphones on, so. Now I'm saying if you're witnessing genocide on the world level, like, if you have the power to intervene, don't you have an obligation to intervene?
Very good. I think we would, under that circumstance,
think-
if we see, maybe we jump, maybe we would hop in. Certainly, if they we saw that they were positioning themselves what we'd be next, I think motherfuckers would kick in, and especially after we saw them kick so and so ass. Yeah.
But there's a lot of people that believe, Joe. There's a lot of people in this country that believe that we shouldn't be involved. Obviously, I thought that was DMA's.
Oh yeah. Good point. I wouldn't give a damn to that
I
Israel
thought that was
bullshit.
DMA's
Yeah.
position. Our country is very divided, right?
Good point.
It's never been as divided as it is now.
Good
We are
point.
very divided as a country. There's people that are fanatics to certain politicians, and people that back the blue and all these other things. Like
Isn't there world
you
laws?
would think that people would be behind government transparency and and accountability. But as you've seen, DMA, I've seen some of your community posts where you get, you post all these emails that people send you that are wishing death upon you and your family. As you see, something as simple as government transparency and accountability, that I think what you do is great, and I think that but there's a lot of people out there that don't agree with government, that don't agree with what you're doing. And what I'm saying is that if it was just a free society where everybody's just, we're supposed to all just, because in order to have a well-regulated militia, we would all have to agree on what that means, on how would we use that well-regulated militia, right? What, do we stop Hitler or do we not? No, let's only worry about United States. Oh, do we help Ukraine? No, let's only worry. I'm in Mississippi. I don't give a shit about
Yes,
Ukraine,
Constitution
right?
didn't say nothing about overseas. Talking about us,
Well,
the
it would
foreign
start.
invaders.
It starts
Right, I
with the
get.
federal government and it works its way down to, like, it wouldn't just be like, oh, we eliminate all government and then we'll just figure it out as we go. Like, no, it's going to be organized and it eventually trickles down into localization of
Oh,
government,
I
right?
thought. Okay,
So
I'm
it's
sorry.
not
I
like we just
misunderstood you.
abolish everything and we're.
Yeah,
I
good
thought you were a
point.
proponent of. I thought you said you were a proponent of anarchy. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. I'm sorry.
Let me jump in real quick. And somebody made a point that there's 7 people on this panel and we can't agree on something completely. And I believe that's what Auditing Erie County Live is. Auditing Erie County Live Saturday night is about. Getting the minds of people who have this general same idea of First Amendment and constitutional rights. I think it's important, and that's what this is all about, that we all get together and discuss these things, because I think there is, like, this person just put a comment and I got pinned up here that, this is some good stuff and we should talk about this more. I think it is a good thing that we all get together and talk about these things to better our society.
We can
And that's
agree,
what
though.
it's
We all
about.
agree that you're really hot and we'd have sex with you, Erie. I think we can all agree on that.
Joe, I'm not taking off my shirt. All right.
Hey, Joe.
Speak for yourself,
But,
Joe.
But I do want to touch on something to bring us back to where that conversation was going about good cops versus bad cops. I'm going to tell you why I think there are no such thing as good cops. All right, because if you think about it, and the truth of the matter is, the prisons across the United States are full of good people 90% of the time.
Good argument.
Right? Now, a cop
who put them there
took an oath to uphold laws and to be righteous, right? So when they mess up and they do stuff wrong, they are held to a higher standard, all right? Number 2, if they're going to break that higher standard, they're not good. And if there were good cops, I believe the good cops would take care of the bad cops and we wouldn't have this problem. But the fact of the matter is, my opinion is, there is no good cop. But like in my defense, to say that there's good people
man ain't
who are
arresting cops, is he? Man ain't going around arresting cops.
There's good people that are cops. I won't deny that. Just like I won't deny that there's good people in prison that are good people 90% of the time. But the people in prison didn't swear an oath to uphold laws, or had to arrest people for drunk driving, or arrest people for drugs and turn around and do drugs, or arrest somebody for assaulting somebody, then go get somebody in handcuffs and beat the snot out of somebody. Right? These cops need to be held to a higher standard. They took that job for a higher standard. When I was in high school, I went to criminal justice to be a cop. I want to be a cop. All right, but after 2 years of criminal justice in high school, I decided, I don't want to be a cop, because I like doing things like, I like blowing off fireworks, I like speeding in my car. I'm not going to be a cop because I would be a hypocrite. All right.
Yeah.
Come to find out, when I grow up and I'm older, that's why these motherfuckers became a cop, so they can get away with the shit. Right? That's it. Somebody said it. There's the only good cop. There are good cops. You know what to call a good cop? Unemployed, and that's the facts. Like, if a cop is truly a good cop, they end up unemployed. And I'm not saying there's not good people.
Exactly.
Right.
That's
The
it.
good
We
cops are
basically said the exact same thing, Erie
overwhelmed.
County.
The good
That
cops
doesn't
are
mean they're not
overwhelmed by
bad
the bad
individuals.
cops. Right. The
And
good
that's a
cops are
fact, and that's why
overwhelmed.
we get tips from police officers. And
Right.
I get tips from police officers in my area too.
Right. The
And
good
even if
cops
I
are
didn't, I'd say we
overwhelmed.
did.
And
Just started muting
how
in
is
there.
that not a good cop? By tipping you off. The good cops are overwhelmed by the bad cops. That's like you're saying, in an apartment building, there's 99% of those people who are, murderers, thieves, pedophiles, the worst people in the world, and you happen to be in that apartment building, or you happen or
You
in a
signed up to
profession.
do it. That's the difference
in a
between
profession.
cops, remember?
Okay.
You
in a
guys
profession.
remember? You guys remember what Muhammad Ali said when he was referring to white people?
Yes.
Like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
No,
You got no quarrel with them?
When he was referring to white people, and he was saying how
you know what I mean,
if he's in a room full of 100 snakes and 2 of the snakes are friendly, that's not, you know what I mean? That doesn't mean the rest of the fucking 98 snakes aren't friendly. You know what I
Right.
mean?
But no, but those two
I'm not
snakes are
saying
friendly.
that about white people. I'm saying that about
Yeah.
cops.
No, I mean, but that's
Right.
kind of that's not really what we're talking about here, though. Like the point that Dan and I are trying to make is that we're
No, it
admitting
is
that
on point. He
they're
just
good
didn't say
people.
it
They're
great,
good
but it's
people.
on point.
But guys,
Thank you,
you
Joe.
guys
Joe
all know
understand.
how many unconstitutional laws there are, right? Like in my state, there's tons. Like Adam
Yes.
Kokesh, he got arrested for filming, or he got threatened with arrest for recording on a sidewalk because he had a bigger camera than the rest of the people with
I
their
remember
cell
that.
phones, right?
I
Yeah.
thought
Because
we
he
was
needed
talking
a
about
permit to
bad
exercise
cops.
his rights. Okay, so these are unconstitutional laws that all cops in every jurisdiction, they enforce these laws. And again, it's not just those. It's the, like we saw, even Rogue Nation admitted that, you know, a lot of he does agree that, you know, no victim, no crime on certain things are immoral. It's immoral laws. If you're going to still, like, people do this all the time, happens every day. People, Leroy Truth, his first arrest, his first story interaction with police, he told me a story. He said it on panel too. He didn't stop all the way at a stop sign. It was like the middle of the night, right? 2 in the morning in the middle of nowhere. He got pulled over. Like, these are the things, like, all
DNA,
Do
what
I
cops,
about
have
and
to
Long
follow
Island, you
an
say, I
immoral
haven't met all
law?
what
cops, so
about
I don't know. But like the majority, I mean, I personally, if I had to bet, like if somebody forced me, like bet your entire life savings, DMA, like have all cops enforce a immoral, victimless crime traffic infraction, I would probably say yes. Like all cops when they first start out, they're not solving murders. They're over there, you know, doing
Yeah.
traffic enforcement, dude. And like, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. They're not bad people. I'm sure he's a great dad and a great brother and a great son. But like all cops by inherently, like by
Let me
default,
ask you
they're
a
just bad.
question.
I
Do
think
I
But
have to
I've also
follow
seen. What about
Long
that
I think
Island?
officer?
another
What about
Let
thing
me
the
that
officer
ask
in
you, Long
Florida?
Island and Rogue. Do I have to follow that immoral law until I can change it? Is that what you guys are telling me?
Absolutely, Joe. We
Woo!
agree.
Blow me.
We
Fuck
agree to
that.
we agree to follow the laws,
Fuck
and that
that.
means, you know, whatever laws are passed. Now, there's lots of
That's
unconstitutional
insane,
laws that
Joe.
are passed. Like in Chicago, people couldn't own guns for like 30 years, right, Joe?
Yes, and it still ain't much
Okay,
better now.
and people obeyed that shit, right?
Some people.
Right.
Then there's
Yeah,
civil
exactly.
disobedience.
Yeah, we all know that. But the point is that we have a system where we could change those unconstitutional laws. Now, we
Do we
don't
really?
hire
They're
police
gonna
listen, we
provide
don't
us the
hire police
blueprint to
officers.
change them. Is that a thing, Rogue? What system?
What?
The one they provide to bring them down? Is that a thing, Rogue?
Civil disobedience.
I
Thank
think
you.
what also makes a bad cop is the ones that don't give a fuck to learn the laws.
Rogue is not here, but yeah, civil disobedience.
Civil
Rogue just rage
disobedience.
quit. No,
Absolutely.
he
I
must have
engage
got
in
discount.
civil
He's back. He's
disobedience
back.
all the time. People say, "Oh, you're
There
an
he
auditor.
is.
You should follow the law. You preach following the law." I've never said that, like, I think I should follow all the laws. I engage in civil disobedience all the time. And people say, "Oh, you compare yourself to Rosa Parks." I don't compare myself. I don't think I'm the next Rosa Parks, like people say. I
It's
said
just
that in my
logical.
court proceeding because I say Rosa Parks at one time was considered a troublemaker, and now she's regarded a hero. That's what civil disobedience does. It
St.
actually
Augustine,
changes.
Martin Luther King
Right.
Jr. and unjust
They
laws, no
did
law at all.
something.
Civil
They
disobedience.
did something to change the laws, right? They
They did not obey
sit
it,
there
is
and
what they did.
complain.
Yeah, they didn't obey it.
You're saying
Right.
obey it. They
They
do it
didn't
the
sit
opposite way.
there and complain about the laws being unconstitutional. They did something about it, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yes,
So in
they
society, we
disobeyed
have
it.
the
You're saying we
opportunity.
must obey it until we change it. They did the exact opposite. They disobeyed it. Gandhi, all them cats disobeyed them when they thought it was unjust.
I'm more
Right.
of a
And if there was and again, Joe, if there was enough people on our side, we could definitely do that. If every American tomorrow stopped paying income tax, we
You went out again. I hear what you were saying. He was saying if everybody started holding weed.
Was Joe Cool?
Oh, what?
it's so thick in this country, the
All right, he's
brainwashing.
back. You're back. You're back. Start again, Ro.
I said the brainwashing in this country is so thick that people.
You got to get better Wi-Fi, bro.
Yeah, I'm out in the back room, so it comes and goes. But
Hey, in the studio or in the crib?
No, I'm in the back bedroom. Yeah, not out in the shed. my smoke palace. But yeah, so right, and Joe knows for a long time I disobeyed those marijuana laws. Right, we've been doing it all our life.
You don't do that no more.
Right? We've been doing it all our life, baby. Right.
Right.
But the simple fact of the matter is that there's still the law.
Oh.
Yeah.
Go into the close to your router, bro.
No, I'm here. We don't hire
That's
cops
great.
and say, "Hey, we want you to make a decision."
Man, you keep playing out half.
Go stand. Jump on your 5G, man.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this.
You I'll tell you guys the meaning to life is that
I thought you, Rogue. I thought you were gonna go in front of JMA's house and steal his Wi-Fi. I thought that was the deal.
It was. I couldn't make it out in time though. But seriously, yeah, that's the deal. So if we want the laws changed, if we don't want like speeding to be a law, then we got to change it. It's that simple.
Disobey it. Yeah, I think we all agree. Yeah, disobey the laws.
Again, you can disobey it, but there's going to be consequences for you disobeying it, right? Just like when you disobeyed your daddy in Dad's house, there were fucking consequences.
Yeah, I'm done with
Right?
Dad. Fuck that. Pop that nigga in the ankle. Now I'm grown. Fuck that.
Grown.
Right, but you know what I'm saying, right?
Yes,
There's
man.
consequences for disobeying the rules of the house.
Fuck that dude. Massa will hurt you. Yes. At some point, fuck Massa. Fuck Massa. Fuck that stud. If it's unjust, no.
All right, guys. We're closing in on the 4-hour marker, and we're gonna shut this down. But I'm gonna end this with a little short video. It's an 8-minute video. If you guys might have all seen it, some of you haven't. I think it ties in with the whole conversation we're having here. And it's not one of my videos, it's just a video of somebody else's. It's about, law enforcement and laws, and laws can only be as just as the people who make them, type of thing. And some of these guys have already seen it. And the other thing before we sign off, I just want to apologize to all LIA's channel. There's going to be no video tomorrow. And it's not going to happen Monday.
There's still going to be a video. I'm in front of my computer right now. I'm very consistent. Sunday, Thursday, Tuesday.
And if there's no video tomorrow, he's not putting it out Monday because we don't want to have a Long Island effect on my video for Monday. So you guys got to wait till Tuesday.
At least 2-3 days.
Long Island up for,
No, Dan, there'll be a video tomorrow.
4 hours.
I can't believe I stood on 4 hours. It was crazy. But, I mean, it was a good conversation.
No, it was good conversation.
Again, Dan, I'm going to get out, but
congratulations.
Dan,
Hey,
congratulations.
Long Island, before you go, man. Hey, this book, bro. So like, I'm not the smartest guy ever, man. Like I mean, I'm not stupid. I'm average intelligence, but this is my inspiration, bro. And like, I would love to give you one of these, and I have a couple extra hard copies of this. So if you want to email me, bro, I would love to mail you this. And then if you read this book, you could read it literally in like a couple hours. It's like 90-something pages. Yeah, Joe Cool's got one. And
I never got offered one.
If you could, I got one for you too, bro. But if you could read this, because I respect a lot of the things that you're saying tonight, and this book might challenge your beliefs a little bit, but I think you might be able to understand it better if you read it from direct from the source where I got it from.
I will. That's fine. I'll read the book. I love reading.
Thanks,
I just
man.
think that there's certain things. I appreciate it. I think there's certain things that no matter if I read that book or not, I'm pretty sure that there's certain things that, and I don't want to go in stubborn, so I will read it and digest it. I just think things like, victimless crimes such as drunk driving, things like that is a victimless crime. And I think that there's no book that could dissuade me. Maybe it's because of my personal experience. Maybe I'm jaded from my niece being paralyzed. But again, and from the horrible accidents I've seen on the road due to drunk driving, and maybe I'm traumatized by it. And maybe that's what it is. But, I just think that there's certain victimless crimes like drunk driving that should be enforced. But I would love you to.
I got a question, LA, that I've had for a long time. For you and Rome, if you got a second. Do you guys what do you guys think of the auditor that goes around flipping off cops driving his car? Do you think that's a good thing or bad thing? Or
I think it's his thing.
No. I'm curious because I was trying to refine what we thought was when you guys supported an area like you too. I think I know though. The guy who flips around cop, is he doing a good thing? Is he doing a bad thing?
I just think for me personally, Joe, I think he's doing his thing. That is
that's a given. What about the other
I'm
part?
gonna explain.
Right.
He's doing. I don't think it helps or hurts anything. I think he's just flipping off cops. I mean, it's his right to flip off cops. That's well. Again, we don't need to establish that you
I
can
think
say
it
fuck
helps
you to
if
the.
some hothead
We
pulls over.
don't need to establish
It's a
that.
good thing, right? If some
we don't need
hothead
to.
pulls him over, it's a good thing he exposed that guy.
Oh, sure,
We
yeah.
know
If somebody
hothead. I
pulls him
ran
over for
into
flipping
him.
off the
His
cop
name's
and he
Sergeant
exposes as a
Kevin
tyrant,
Davis
sure.
of the Alachua Sheriff's Office, and he put a homeless woman in jail for flipping him off. He told her, "Hey, stop, get out of here."
But let's be realistic, guys, right?
She
Cops
flipped him
punch people
off.
in the face and get a 5-day
He sat her
suspension.
down on the sidewalk.
No, it's really bad.
Right.
Hey,
appreciate your
hey,
time,
Long
LI. I
Island though.
appreciate it,
Before you
bro.
go, man, like I just want to get this on the record, bro. So like, will you email me? You said you want to read the book. Will you email me your mailing address? I'll mail you a hard copy, and then we can talk about it, dude. Like we can, like I want to have a conversation with you, dude, and like
Sure.
go over
Yeah,
it.
I definitely will. I got a stack of books right next to my desk right now. I love to read, man. As long as supporters of mine have sent me books before, and a lot of I'm not closed-minded to think that I like to think myself as a reasonable person, and I have no problem reading that book and talking it out with you and seeing what it's about.
Right on, man. Thanks.
My opinion about somebody flipping off cops is this: if you're doing it for no reason, it's a bad thing. All right. If you don't have a reason, it's a bad thing. All right. Do you have the right to? Absolutely. If the cop did something that violated and you gave him the finger, that's a good thing. You're expressing your right.
No. I meant riding around for the day, doing it to every cop he sees, just to see if any cop is going to break the law. Is that guy doing a good thing?
I think that's a good thing. Whatever. If the cop violates the law,
the name of that action is called a First Amendment audit. So somebody's doing a First Amendment audit.
Auditing the cops to make sure that
somebody driving around giving the middle finger to every cop he sees. That is a First Amendment audit.
I would think so.
And if they violate his rights, they should be held accountable. We all know they won't be. And that's what we're trying to bring more awareness to. Is I think the bottom line is accountability, right? We need law enforcement held accountable for their actions.
Yeah. All right, listen, I love you guys. I'm a bail. I'm a bail too. I was gonna watch the vid from chat. Easy, guys.
All right, later.
All right, so this next little clip I'm going to play, it's a 8-minute clip. Some of you guys may have seen it already, and that's how we're going to end this live stream. So I thank you guys all for joining. Rogue, my man. Rice Krispie, my man. DMA, my man. And all you guys who jumped out before I got to say goodbye. But so this is the way we're going to end this stream. And if you guys haven't seen this, it's a good one to watch. And it's a very good video. It's called The Open Invitation to Law Enforcement. But it kind of ties up with the things we're talking about as far as laws and what's just and what isn't just. But I'm just playing it because if you guys haven't seen it, it's a very good one to see. So I'm going to play it. And then when it's over, the stream will be over. So here we go. I'm going to press play and let me know if you guys can hear this.